just a minute. We'll have to reset.
The elevator music. And we should be live. Just check to make sure it's broadcasting.
Yeah, looks like we're back up, Camilla.
Cool beans. Yeah, I see us on YouTube. We're good to go, Representative Lamar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. I appreciate your work, and you and Mr. Perkis, I want to thank you both for the time and energy that you guys are also providing to the committee tonight. I appreciate it. All right, so we have John Levin followed by Dice O, if Dice can access. Mr. Levin, how are you today?
I'm really tired. You guys, it's 4:30 in the morning. This is crazy, but thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Mr. Levin, we can hear you.
So I got to say, I am somewhat appalled at the comments and questions raised by legislators who clearly oppose this legislation. Let's be clear, the opposition is, in my view, all about preventing the creation of multifamily housing, where poor people might live in places where there is little or no multifamily housing and where poor people don't live. Historians 5 years in the future are going to look back at this hearing and review the language some of you have used and the specious arguments, and I think y'all are going to look pretty bad. Gotta love Representative Delnicki, who proudly declares, "I'm a big fan of building intergenerational wealth." And then, in my view, somewhat smugly.
Point of order.
Yes, Representative, hold on, Mr. Levin. Yes, Chairwoman Prativegi.
I'm sorry, and I know, Mr. Chair, I know you were about to say the same thing, so I'll turn it over to you.
Mr. Levin, if you don't mind, if we could try to keep this to your personal testimony.
Sure.
I know sometimes it can be hard to hear things we disagree with, certainly things that can sometimes be challenging to our point of view, but if we could refrain from individually attacking members of either this committee or past public hearing testifiers, I would appreciate it. If we could just focus on your testimony, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, that cuts it shorter. So I find so many of the arguments that have been presented this evening in opposition to this legislation to be quite specious. The cries of parking, school crowding, traffic, wetlands disturbed, density, property values might fall, unintended consequences, horrible state mandates. These are all specious arguments. One representative had asked repeatedly if it's possible to identify any town in the state that is currently using zoning to affect racial segregation. And I can answer that question clearly myself. The answer is yes, absolutely yes. Let's be very clear. If you are not encouraging racial integration or socioeconomic integration, but are instead seeking to maintain the status quo in a town like Westport or Weston, which has absolutely zero multifamily housing, then yes, you are using zoning to affect racial segregation. So I live in Norwalk. I have no hesitation to call out all 5 of the very affluent towns that border my town. These are Westport, Weston, Wilton, New Canaan, and Darien. Do not fool yourself. Look at the facts.
My town, interrupt your 3 minutes by coming to an end.
Okay. My town is separated from these 5 towns by a microscopically thin line of nothing but municipal control of zoning and schools. We all breathe the same air. And yet, Norwalk schools are what, 30% white students? And the surrounding towns are what, approximately 90% or more white students? Yes, it's racial segregation. It is caused by zoning. And housing and the treatment of multifamily housing and affordable housing by specific towns in our state.
Thank you.
The people of Connecticut are very
Mr.
tired of this, and I hope that you can support HB 6611 and SB 1024 for one simple reason. It is the right thing to do now, and now is the right time.
Thank you, Mr. Levin, for your testimony and for joining us today. I really appreciate it. Any questions for Mr. Levin? Seeing none, thank you again, Mr. Levin.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dice O. Mr. O, calling in from a phone, you'd have to hit *6 to unmute yourself. If you can hear me, if you hit *6, you should be able to unmute yourself. Mr. Clerk, is there any way we can move Mr. O from the attendees list into the panelist list?
Unfortunately, because they're using a phone, they have to,
That's
they
right.
say that, yeah.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Mr. O, we're going to try to get back to no worries. Next up, we have Kevin Fitzgerald, followed by Daniel Shackelford. Mr. Fitzgerald, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm calling to share my support for Senate Bill 1024. I'm a practicing planner and a volunteer with Desegregate Connecticut, with focuses on equity, sustainability, and economic growth are the reasons I, as a young professional, got into the planning game to start. The point I want to reinforce is that homes are where families live. In 1970, my grandpa moved his young family from Torrington to Uncasville to raise his 7 children and to start his wire fabricating business. In 1996, my parents moved into that same house to raise their 4 children. We live on an unpaved road that we added to the firehouses map with a marker. We've enjoyed the nature of our community, picking blackberries, crabbing in the Thames River, and raising chickens for fresh eggs. My family has found the American dream in Connecticut. A dream of mine is to keep that going in Montville, Connecticut. Montville, Connecticut is a great place to grow up, and I hope one day to raise my 4th generation of my family in our house. I reject the notion that denser and diverse development is a threat to property values or how we enjoy our lives in Connecticut. To make that claim goes against the best practices in housing market trends and inclusive development, and also works against the humanity of our neighbors and works against the integrity of our neighborhoods. These concepts are shared by Preservation Connecticut. In testimony shared by Jane Montanaro, this bill is one that has the potential to benefit both our past and our present. Both the Main Streets and ADU proposals will help revitalize Connecticut's economy. The study from State Historic Preservation Office shows that for every $100 invested in rehabilitation of one of Connecticut's historic structures, around $83 ends up in the pockets of Connecticut workers. Rehabilitating these buildings by outfitting them with living units will bring economic benefits through expanding the tax base as well as directly through spending on construction. I've spent the past 9 months reviewing Connecticut's municipal zoning regulations and meticulously organizing the data to assist with creation of the Desegregate CT Zoning Atlas. Throughout this process of organizing this unique and first in the nation resource, we identified restrictive barriers that hinder the creation of a diverse housing stock for an increasingly diverse population. This diversity demands access for people with a range of needs, people with a range of backgrounds and identities, and people from a range of incomes to enjoy their lives living alongside a diversity of people. Homes are places where families live, and the fear of housing hides the fear of families. Restricting zoning also hides real fears of the future. Fears from families that are looking to build their lives on fixed incomes, angling to fight for a better shot for their kids. Fears from young professionals who struggle to find housing options.
Roughly your 3 minutes are running out.
And that enable them to build their lives. The point in that is that young people aren't only moving away, but with expensive housing, they're losing momentum to purchase their homes in time and to put down roots in your communities as well. they'll offer you and live alongside you. And finally, I want to push against the idea that we don't need training. We do need training. And as a professional, the idea that 6 hours is too much. 6 hours is but 3 movies. Can also be divided between planning meetings, but leads to better commissioners and leads to a better Connecticut. And I welcome any questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, for your testimony, for sharing your personal story growing up in Uncasville, your hopes and desires to remain in Connecticut, and the types of housing choices you hope to see in our state. And I want to thank you again for speaking to the professional requirements component of the bill. I think that is something that has been discussed a little bit before the committee today, and I think you helped make some strong points about what the burden actually is versus the responsibility that these folks have on behalf of our towns. And I appreciate your testimony today. Are there any questions for Mr. Fitzgerald? Seeing none, thank you, and have a great day.
You as well. Thank you again.
Next, I have Daniel Shackelford. Is Mr. Shackelford available? Daniel, I see you in the room. If you have technical difficulties, we will come back to you. Next, I have Kevin Kurian.
Hi, I'm here.
Good morning, Kevin. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
So thank you so much for convening this public hearing. My name is Kevin Kurian, and I'm a college student from Simsbury, as well as a policy fellow from Desegregate CT, testifying in support of SB 1024. I'd like to thank the many members of the Connecticut General Assembly Joint Planning and Development Committee, and offer Senator Cassano and his family condolences. I've lived in Simsbury for nearly my entire life, but like so many other young people living in Connecticut suburbs, I cannot wait to leave my hometown after high school. That changed during lockdown, realizing I could make a home where my parents did after they arrived in this country. I guess I'm one of the many young people who had this epiphany during the pandemic. Their desires to come home are likely extinguished after just a quick look through Zillow. Homes are too expensive and rentals are too sparse. Less than 5% of my hometown of Simsbury's housing stock is considered affordable. 30%, 3 in 10 residents of Simsbury are cost burned, meaning they spend 30% or more of their budget on housing annually. This impacts everyone, not just the very young or the very old. It's because the town is dominated by single family homes, and the few apartments that are available are extremely expensive, locking out recent high school or college graduates. This is not sustainable, and SB 1024 offers a solution. My town zoning commission has made public their opposition to this bill, and I cannot disagree more with their decision. In their first public comment, racially charged comments were made about reverse gentrification and undesirable urban housing being placed in our suburbs. And I wanted to take a moment on behalf of so many other people in my town to fundamentally reject those statements. You know, there is so much discourse in our state, in my hometown, about how to bring young people here. And they publicly rejected an incredibly feasible way to do so in SB 1024. The state legislature must not repeat their mistake. We need to listen to the people that we are trying to bring to this state. We can develop our suburban downtowns a little more, bringing our generation back home and protecting the future of Connecticut. Not only that, but Connecticut residents who want to downsize could have more options for aging in place. Among young people who want to come home, people are interested in coming back because of the sense of community, proximity to family, and easy access to nature. SB 1024 holds that ideal at the center of every single proposal. It is important to understand that we are not going to entice Generation Z here with current policies. We need to play to our strengths as a state, and that is exactly what SB 1024 does, developing our main streets and decreasing barriers to affordability. It is in this legislative body's hands whether the young people who have left this state are gone for 4 years or their entire lives. Let's make the right decision here. Let's pass this bill. To those watching at home, I want to say we can chart a new path for our state together. I hope that my testimony and the testimony of so many others helps you see this too. I am so proud to support this bill, SB 1024. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony and for joining us today. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for sharing your experience about growing up here in Connecticut, what your thoughts of the policy directions for the state moving forward, and the need for housing choice and housing variety in all of our communities. We really appreciate it. Okay, going back, I'm going to try again. And Mr. O, I promise if we don't get you in, we're gonna keep working. Mr. O, is there any chance that you can hit *6 and I'll bring you into our meeting, or are we still limited on our end? Seeing we're still having a hard time. Mr. O, I'm going to keep coming back to you as long as you stick in that attendees lineup for us. I'm going to keep coming back to you, and hopefully we can figure out how to get your testimony heard tonight, this morning, whenever it is. I appreciate it. Going back, we have Aaron Hull, followed by Daniel Shackelford. Aaron, how are you?
Good morning, Representative
Good morning.
Lamar. How are you?
Doing well.
All right. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your hard work. I logged on at 10 o'clock this morning and I went to bed at 10:30 p.m. With being asked to be woken up. So here I am, and it's because of the directive of Dr. King that I teach my students all the time. He asks us, his greatest frustration in a letter from a Birmingham jail is to end up being the white moderate and to not speak up. So let me start by saying, my name is Aaron Hull. I speak to you today as a father, a community member in Norwalk, and a professional educator in support of SB 1024. I believe that positive social policy changes in Connecticut zoning laws may help to eliminate de facto segregation in my classrooms. In 18 years in teaching in Fairfield County, I have had 2 African-American students in my advanced placement classes. I have had a paucity of Latina and Latinx students in my advanced placement early college experience classes. Zoning is demonstrably linked to intra and intra-school de facto segregation by decades of peer-reviewed data. Point of order, am I able to share a chart on my screen?
Mr. Hull, have you by chance shown that chart to our committee clerk? I don't know.
My testimony was shared yesterday and submitted before 3 p.m.
Then we're going to not allow that for now because we did not make that known to other potential participants, but it is a part of your submitted testimony. Is that correct?
It is a part of my submitted testimony, correct?
Okay, our committee members will have access to that. We're going to refrain from allowing folks to share.
Perfectly fine. Yep. Okay. All right. So I teach high school in Fairfield County, where my students in advanced placement classes also benefit from dual enrollment opportunities through my role as adjunct professor with the University of Connecticut's Early College Experience Program. I've taught for 23 years overall, 18 years here in Connecticut. My students also report to me on a semi-annual basis in classroom discussions that they take advancement placement classes with no more than 1 or 2 unique African-American students at a time. Dr. Beverly Tatum, among others, has asked us the question, why are all the Black kids sitting together in the cafeteria? And this question, while interesting, talks up to the cultural barriers that many students face in enrolling in AP or ECE classes. Yet Dr. Noel Kazanev, this is another of in Conceptualizing Racism, says that this is a process of conceptual misdirection where you're blaming the victim rather than blaming the structure. And the structure we're talking here is at 30,000 feet. It's a system. It's systemic racism. And 1024 is designed in part to ameliorate and deconstruct that systemic racism. Now, we're not talking about any individual bigot on any zoning board in any place in Connecticut. Joe Fagan back in 1977, and to give you context, we're talking back at the time of Bucky, expletive deleted dent. We're talking about Chris
And
Chambliss.
sorry to
We're
interrupt,
talking
but you're
about,
reaching the end of your 3 minutes.
okay. I want to make a clear distinction between direct and indirect institutional discrimination. Direct being where individual bigots on individual school boards would be proactively seeking segregation. That's not happening here. We have lots of well-meaning people on lots of zoning boards pursuing policies that end up creating segregation within feeder schools and end up creating situations that result in the tracking I've experienced. This is called side effect discrimination and past and present discrimination. My chart reflects that, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hull, for your testimony and helping us understand the broader implications of our current practices and giving us an understanding of how you see things on the ground in your community. And thank you again for the testimony that you've provided the committee. And I'm sure it'll be educational for a lot of us when we get a chance to review all of it. Are there any questions for Mr. Hull? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony today. We really appreciate you joining us this morning and staying up for 12 hours yesterday with us. Mr. Clerk, we're going to try Mr. O, and then I see Kiko Cooper Han in the attendees waiting room. I think Kiko Cooper Han.
Hi, give me just
Kiko.
one moment. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for your incredible patience and stamina this morning. I'm honored to testify before you in support of SB 1024. I'm incredibly grateful and just impressed by your dedication to hearing every single voice tonight. And so I hope any claims of negligence or complacency don't come across in a way that's misinterpreted to my attention. Many have mentioned the retention of character or simply passion for the status quo as popular defenses of housing laws that create and uphold systemic racism and classism. I can speak best to Westport when I agree that the town has a great deal of character worth retaining, but what makes the town special, at least to me, is its beaches, its greenery, its lakes, the deer that are always on your lawn, and most prominently, its hospitality, that everybody makes an effort to introduce themselves to the new neighbors, that in fact, the whole entire neighborhood is invited to the summer barbecue, that when there's a hurricane, your one neighbor will get out there with a chainsaw to remove all the fallen trees across everybody's houses, and your other neighbor will lend you their spare cooler and portable charging bank because your power's still out. What doesn't make Westport special is its homogeneity of whiteness, its homogeneity of wealth, and its exclusivity to anybody that falls outside of those bubbles. The most recent census data shows that Westport remains 90% white, 89.6 exactly, which is almost 30% higher than the nationwide percentage, which is 61% white. Meanwhile, only 1.1% of Westport residents are Black, compared to a nationwide percentage of 13.4. The housing laws in place today are part of what prevent that distribution from ever becoming equitable. And we know that there is huge demand for this affordable housing in Westport because in 2019, the town opened affordable housing applications for just 221 apartments, and they received in 3 weeks over 3,000 applications for those 200 apartments. My own family home has a basement, which now that all of us kids are off to college, we barely use, and we would love to convert it into an ADU and rent it out to, a refugee family or low-income family that can't afford to lease a full-size home in Westport, but we legally are not able to do so. families across all sizes, incomes, racial identities, and backgrounds clearly want to join the Westport community. And I hope that a majority of Westport citizens would really want that to happen, but the current housing policies restrict this. And so I look to SB 1024 as an amazing proposal in protecting Connecticut's natural beauty while giving its culture of hospitality a profound new meaning. And I hope you will join me in supporting this bill and all of the positive progress it represents. Thank you for listening, and thank you for caring.
Thank you so much for your testimony, for joining us through much of the day yesterday and early this morning. Thank you for lending your story about the types of housing choices you want to see in our state, and how sometimes those choices can be limited based upon local communities' willingness to allow for housing choice. So I appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions? I'm seeing none. Have a great day, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Daniel Shackelford. Daniel, are you available? How about Anabel Gomez Contreras?
Hi, yes, sorry, one sec. Hi, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, and happy to be here, and happy that everyone's still going strong. I'm here in support of SB 1024 as an undergraduate student at Trinity College in Hartford and a volunteer with Desegregate CT. For the past 4 years, Connecticut has been my home, but in a couple of months, I will have to find a new place to live and a job. And although I would love to remain in our beautiful state, it lacks the housing stock that I need to make Connecticut my lifelong home. Thanks in large part to restrictive zoning laws, I am not alone in this sentiment. Many of my peers at Trinity and at other colleges in Connecticut share this concern. Connecticut is home to some of the most prestigious and highly ranked schools in the nation, producing some of our nation's brightest minds. But because recent graduates cannot afford to lease single-family homes, many end up departing Connecticut to go to work in other states. This predicament does not only apply to recent Connecticut graduates. Businesses across Connecticut miss out on talented workers because housing is too expensive, lacking variety, or inaccessible to public transportation. The strict zoning ordinances established in many areas of Connecticut are to blame for the unreasonably high cost of housing, making Connecticut living impossible for students like myself who wish to remain in our incredible state, and even more inaccessible to lower income families. SB 1024 addresses all of this. The proposals from SB 1024, like allowing accessory dwelling units, building gentle density housing near transportation and main streets, will make Connecticut towns able to create more housing options and facilitate access to housing near transit, all while protecting Connecticut's green spaces. These changes will help reduce the cost of homes, allowing more people from different backgrounds to flourish in our communities and share in the beauty of our state. For too long, people of color and low-income families have been excluded from towns in Connecticut because of restrictive zoning laws enacted with that particular goal in mind: exclusion. Laws are a reflection of their constituents and their constituents' beliefs. I do not think these exclusive segregationist laws are an accurate reflection of Connecticut's people or what we as a state represent. SB 1024 will help align our zoning codes with the values we hold dear: dedication to justice and equality, defense of our natural environment, and a commitment to the success of all people in Connecticut. Lastly, on behalf of Smart Growth America, who unfortunately weren't able to stay the entire night, I wanted to highlight their testimony on form-based codes. And I quote, "The guidelines proposed in SB 1024, which would follow form-based zoning principles, have the potential to enable Connecticut municipalities to make redevelopment, infill, and new development at the urban edge more compatible with existing building types and streets, more diverse and less expensive to build. This, in turn, will spur economic growth while reducing the cost of housing by creating opportunities for more housing types at a wider range of price points." Thank you for letting me share my thoughts, and thank you for staying up this late for everyone.
And thank you so much for your testimony and for telling us about your personal experience here in Connecticut and your hope to see housing options in our state for you when you graduate. If you're still looking, I would say that New Haven has a lot of housing stock to offer you, and I'd more than welcome you as a new neighbor of mine. So come on down to New Haven. I'll show you around.
I'll take some. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony and for joining us this morning, and have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
I have Ja Marley Wright.
Hello, hi everyone.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us.
I wanted to share my testimony this morning. I know it's been a long evening for everyone. I wanted to share my personal experience with the General Assembly Planning and Development Committee. I'm here to you guys today just as a Black young man from a predominantly white town, Colchester, just to express my support of the bill. So I believe the bill's focus on abundant and diverse housing is exactly what we need. The bill promises to make communities across Connecticut stronger and more diverse and more inclusive. As a resident of Colchester, I want to say it's taken me a little while to realize how I've benefited from Colchester's zoning regulations. My family moved to Colchester from New York in 2009, and being 11 at the time, I didn't understand why my parents chose Colchester. I didn't know that my parents were trying to strike a balance between finding decent, affordable apartment within driving distance of our family in the state, and then as well, at the same time, looking for a strong school district for a better neighborhood for me and my brother. I also didn't understand until recently that Colchester has decent, affordable apartment housing because the zoning regulations here encourage multifamily housing near our main street. And I will say it's been an incredible 10 years living in Colchester. I'm 23 now, and I'm proud to say I'm proud of the progress I've seen in just our neighborhood here. It's just the fact that I was able to organize Colchester's first Black Lives Matter protest this past summer, and it was attended by hundreds of town members. It really just speaks volumes for me, and it really brings the warmth in my heart. Colchester still is predominantly white, but still I've noticed such a change in the raise of our community conscience for the better. So I've witnessed and been a part of a whole lot of conversations in our community to be more inclusive. So some of those conversations include, just a few years ago, our teachers now have a Teachers Against Racism group in the district, where the staff members kind of dig deeper to learn discriminatory actions with each meeting. We have also created a town-wide committee focusing on diversity and inclusion. And I am incredibly proud of the fact that Colchester was one of the first neighborhoods to declare racism as a public health crisis. So I'm proud of living in an inclusive rural neighborhood that's getting more inclusive day by day. I would like to imagine surrounding towns like Lebanon, Hebron, Andover, East Haddam, and Coventry are having similar conversations. But ultimately, conversations need to be backed by concrete actions to make these towns more inclusive and open to all kinds of people. And ultimately, we need to desegregate Connecticut, and that begins with how we use our land to include.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're reaching the end of your 3 minutes. Please stop.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for having me. And yeah, that's kind of my brief.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And thank you for telling your personal story and helping us get a glimpse into the life that you're leading in Colchester. You also help highlight the importance of doing more than going to a rally. That it's one thing to say Black Lives Matter, it's another to take the hard and necessary steps to make our community better. And you're clearly doing that. And I want to applaud you for your work, and I thank you for it as well. Representative Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And John Marley, I just want to echo Rep. Lamar's comments. I think that you've been a little bit of an inspiration, I would say, to me and others here, beginning with last summer and that amazing rally.
Thank you. I remember meeting you there.
Yes, that's right, up on the gazebo. And I just want to thank you for continuing to speak out and being a strong advocate for change, and to offer you, when things are better, to be my guest when we can get back into the Capitol and come up and take a look around and see if that's an area where you might want to continue your work someday.
Oh, definitely. Thank you.
When we can bring people back up into the Capitol, hopefully we can get in touch.
That'd be
thank you.
amazing. I'd love to get in touch with you, Rep. Smith.
Great.
Thank you guys for listening to my testimony. I appreciate it.
Thanks for, I hope, getting up early and not staying up all night, but either case, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. And have a great day. I don't know, Senator Huang, Rep. Zullo, I gotta tell you, the overnight thing is tough, but it is nice to be able to wish people a good morning when they close their testimony and tell them to have a good day. So maybe we should start more meetings at 5 in the morning. It feels better than saying have a good night.
Well, you're doing a great job, sir.
Next up, we have Christopher Kelly, followed by Catherine Blanco. Christopher, how are you?
Good morning. I am relieved to finally be testifying 19 hours into the public hearing. I hope that you are doing well also. Members of the Planning and Development Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Christopher Kelly, and I am the Peter B. Cooper Legal Fellow at Save the Sound. I am here to express Save the Sound support for SB 1024. As an environmental organization, Save the Sound encourages zoning which provides for efficient development and preservation of natural resources. Occasionally, we find ourselves at odds with unwise property development projects that attempt to build in vulnerable natural spaces at the expense of natural resources, like wetlands, watersheds, trap rock bridges, and core forests. Needless to say, those resources should not be threatened. Housing should be sited conscientiously and efficiently, and that means zoning for more housing on less space in the already developed centers across many towns and with access to public transit. That is why Save the Sound supports passage of SB 1024, an act which would update Connecticut zoning law to remove harmful barriers caused by exclusionary zoning. The need for well-planned diversity of housing in Connecticut is dire, and already well established as speakers who came before me, armed with data and common sense. Instead, I would like to put to rest the vague concerns for the environment I've heard throughout this public hearing. SB 1024 presents language formed through collaborative effort, including the input of Save the Sound. The affirmative zoning requirements for higher density development plan section 6 exempt from total land calculations environmentally sensitive areas, including wetlands and water courses, coastal resources, areas necessary for protecting drinking water supplies, and flood zones. Local zoning authorities have no requirement nor any incentive to zone for higher density development in any of these areas, and they still retain the authority to concentrate development away from natural resources and closer to the core of development. Instead, the form of residential development encouraged by SB 1024 is environmentally and climate friendly, certainly in comparison to single family housing. It encourages the highest and best use of land while making more efficient use of municipal and utility infrastructure. It provides the greatest opportunities to encourage the development of public transit and give residents the option of life without relying upon automobiles. These considerations are not an environmental wish list, they are a necessity, as climate mitigation and adaptation requires mindful reconsideration of how we live our daily lives. I'd also like to note our support for the training requirements for land use commissioners. These minimal training requirements, which are voluntarily achieved by some individuals, need to be universal and mandatory. Land use decisions can involve many complex issues and can have wide-ranging consequences. Our volunteer commissioners need the tools to properly make those decisions in the public interest. This committee has a great privilege in wielding the state's power to regulate zoning, a power which is inherent to the state and delegated to towns, because it determines how we use our most limited resource, land. When we make decisions about land, our most important duty is to look beyond our short-sighted interests and plan for the future generations who will care about it. And I'm concluding. This means environmental protection. This means creating opportunity. And this builds on an unusual example of serving both needs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Christopher, for your testimony, for sticking with us today. and for the analysis that Save the Sound has put into this bill. I think there's been a lot of concern and conversation about potential impacts on the environment. I do appreciate your highlighting the protections that this bill affords, and I think I would encourage all members to take a look at your submitted testimony to get a further understanding of the detailed analysis that's been done to date and how you reach that conclusion. I think it's very helpful for me to see how many members of the environmental community have evaluated this proposal and have determined it to be a positive forward development for the state. Representative Winkler.
Actually,
sorry, did you put your hand down?
You just about covered what I was going to say, but just to emphasize it, we did have several people tonight saying, hey, I'm on the coast. You don't want to pollute the sound. You think 1024 could be implemented without polluting the sound?
I do. I feel like it's important to say that zoning keeps me awake at night. Development keeps me awake at night. There's nothing in this bill which is going to, in itself, cause more pollution. It doesn't dictate to communities how they're going to implement these regulations. It doesn't dictate to them how they're going to regulate the housing that's going to be built. It only says make an effort to zone for this kind of housing, which may or may not be built depending on what the vision market needs for it. But groups like ours and hopefully strong regulations that are passed by the General Assembly will ensure that communities do a good job of preventing pollution in the first place.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course. And Christopher, there's like literally hundreds of people who can say that zoning keeps them awake at night sometimes too, based upon today's conversation. Chair McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just had to share, you made me laugh out loud when you said that, Mr. Kelly. Zoning is keeping a lot of us awake tonight, but also some of us many nights actually. And I really appreciate not just you, but every person who has stayed with us throughout this and paying attention to this. It's just tremendous. I want to thank you for your analysis and your work through Save the Sound as well. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, and have a good morning and a great day ahead of you.
Good morning.
So we have Melissa Kaplan-Macy, followed by Daniel Shackelford.
Hi.
Good morning,
Thank
Melissa.
you all so much. Good morning. Good. I don't know, middle of the night for all of you. I just woke up, but thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Should I just jump right in?
You should.
Okay. Hi, I'm Melissa Kaplan-Macy, Vice President for State Programs and Connecticut Director for Regional Plan Association. RPA is a well-respected 100-year-old research planning and advocacy organization dedicated to developing and promoting ideas to improve the economic health, environmental resiliency, and quality of life of the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut metropolitan region. And we strongly support SB 1024 for land use reform in Connecticut. We're all in this together has been a repeated refrain throughout the pandemic, but when our grocery store workers, teachers, home health aides, delivery people, and other essential workers do not have access to affordable homes in the communities they serve, it's an empty phrase. When we don't invest in homes for all, we perpetuate the steady habit of excluding the local workforce, losing our young people, and forcing our seniors to move away from the communities where they've spent their lives. Regional Plan Association research shows that everyone benefits from the types of inclusive land use regulations proposed in SB 1024, which support a more equitable, economically strong, and cleaner Connecticut. Our research also shows that even if towns aren't actively trying to be exclusionary, discriminatory policies and practices are embedded in the fabric of the land use regulations in communities across the state. I very often hear, I don't care who lives in my community as long as they can afford it. But that sentiment ignores two important points. One, our current reality, and two, our history. Today, young people and older residents cannot live in the communities they grew up in, the places they've raised their families, because so many communities lack housing options that meet the needs of younger and older residents. People of color in our state do not have access to homes in largely white suburban communities because of our history of exclusionary land use policies and practices. It may be uncomfortable to hear, unfortunately it's true. After World War II, when white families were leaving the cities to buy homes in the suburbs, Black families were left behind. Because of redlining, racial steering, and racially restrictive covenants, Black people were not allowed to buy the suburban homes that have allowed white families to accumulate wealth over generations. At the same time, Black families were also unable to obtain affordable mortgage loans to purchase homes in city neighborhoods because these areas were rated hazardous on the redlining maps. While white families accumulated wealth as their suburban homes appreciated in value over time, Black families did not. Those who are able to afford to live in the many, largely white suburban communities across our state today is not a matter of personal determination. It is a matter of history. We can't ignore this history any longer. Addressing this history means proactively creating opportunities for more housing choice in all communities with diverse housing options that meet the needs of all residents. I want to emphasize that the land use reforms that are being proposed are not radical. They're a baseline of best practices in planning today that should be adopted. As we continue to weather the pandemic, I applaud the Planning and Development Committee for holding this hearing on this legislation to advance land use reform. It's critical that Connecticut set standards municipalities can use to generate more housing choice in all communities. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your testimony and for bringing the both the regional and local considerations that come into play when we talk about the history of zoning in our state, regionally and nationally. I think it's really important that we understand in Connecticut that this is a big picture that we're a part of. And while maybe no one on this committee was involved with drafting a racially restrictive land covenant, while no one on this committee issued a loan under terms defined in our redlining map, and maybe no one in this committee or anywhere in this state had anything to do with any of the past precedents that are established in Connecticut, we have an obligation. We know what the factors are. We know how we got to the point that we are in. We have an obligation to proactively address it moving forward. And I appreciate you bringing your perspective and your work and your professional experience.
Thanks so much, Representative Lamar.
Chair McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kaplan Macy, for joining us, for getting up early and for the work you do. I know that RPA, your organization, is a tri-state organization, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. And I know that we're all unique states and we have different forms of governance. But I wondered if you could give us some perspective about how are there policies like these that you see in place in New York and New Jersey, and how they are working or not working?
Absolutely. Sorry, and you mean the what's proposed, not sort of the historical policy?
Yes.
Correct. Sorry, I'm still waking my
Right.
brain up a little bit here.
And forgive me, you testified on 1024, but there are a number of bills that are before us, so feel free to speak broadly.
Absolutely. So the things that you're all talking about in Connecticut are the things we're talking about across the tri-state region, across the country. Accessory dwelling units is a very, very big topic of conversation in New York State. There's also going to be introduced legislation on ADUs. We're talking about it in New Jersey. Transit-oriented development, likewise, in both New York and in New Jersey, is a best practice that folks, have been really promoting and working on. Main Street housing, the parking requirements that you're all looking at, these are, like I said, just best practices in urban planning. And, and it's happening sort of, more proactively in some places than in others. I'm really excited, honestly, that Connecticut's taking the view that you all as a state can put out a framework for towns that is, like I said, I really don't think radical is really just a baseline for those things, TOD. I think planning commissioner, P&Z commissioner training, for example, is something that's already required in New York State. I think that's a very basic piece that really would benefit, frankly, folks across the state. I think it's a little bit unfair, to be honest, to expect volunteers who are not planners or, spend their professional careers or, years in school to learn, what planners have learned. I did my undergrad degree like all of, most of you, I'm guessing, but spent 2 years, in planning school to learn planning and then spent 25 years in practice. So, to expect folks to just come to the table with all that knowledge, and to not provide sort of a framework for training, I think that would be a great step forward. And like I said, New York State already does that. And, we have looked, obviously, like a lot of folks that have been on this this hearing at the zoning atlas and just done some kind of look at communities where what would the impacts really be, and a lot of places are already doing this stuff. It's not crazy, and for those folks that aren't, just a little bit of guidance, frankly, in the right direction, so that we can have land use regulations that really do serve everyone in communities would be terrific.
I know that time is limited. I want to thank you for your work on the Affordable Housing Plan Guidebook, which I think will be a critical tool for every municipality in the state. I think one of the helpful pieces is the ability to visualize some things. And I think that's actually helpful and important perhaps for this conversation as well. And I think that's some of the benefit of GIS mapping and the use of imagery so that we can understand. But I do appreciate just that aspect of it, because I think words are helpful, but those visual images just add another layer. No pun intended for the GIS people out there.
Thank you. And seeing no other questions, I just want to say thank you again for joining us today. And while I moved on to another committee, I do miss the time we got to spend together when I was in P&D. And anytime you want to come over to transportation, I borrow from your organization's work quite a bit in that committee as well. So we'd more than welcome you over there too.
Thank you so much, Representative Lamar, and thank you, to the whole committee for. I can't believe you're still at it at 5:20, practically here. So thank you so much for the thoughtful consideration of this important work.
Of course. Have a great morning. A great day ahead.
Thank you. You too.
Daniel Shackelford. Judy Wolin. Good morning, Judy.
Good morning. You may wonder if I wear a bathrobe all the time, but that's only during the pandemic and when I testify in the middle of the night.
Well, we're embracing early morning now. We're embracing early morning.
Okay, great. I want to thank you, Representative Lamar, and all the committee members for hearing me this morning. Your magnificent service is appreciated. I speak in favor of Senate Bill 1024 for 4 reasons. The first reason is semi-independence for my family. As my husband and I age, we are aware that we won't always be able to manage our home place, but we don't want to leave the home we love either. We were delighted when we applied to put a kitchen in our walkout basement to learn that our town had just adopted regulations allowing for an accessory dwelling unit, so we could legally move to the basement and be independent on just 1 floor, leaving the 2 floors above for our children. This way, they could be nearby without our having to live in each other's space. The second reason we're in favor is the convenience and cost saving of having model codes available. Those were not available for us, and therefore we made a design mistake that has been expensive to correct. And second, we had to get our own attorney to write the necessary documentation because ours was the very first accessory dwelling unit in the town where we reside, and there was no sample form. Third, we were surprised and delighted to find that having an accessory dwelling unit has actually made our home more valuable, adding to its potential price when we are well and truly finished with it. This seems like a wonderful option for Connecticut. Finally, one of our children is adopted and she is African American. She has married a Puerto Rican man. Our son married a Greek woman. We understand that having attached living options can make each unit more affordable, but also more attractive for those whose cultures value staying very close to aging parents. We value America's melting pot, and we prefer living in culturally rich communities. In summary, enhancing our cultural diversity, adding value to existing homes, saving time and expense because of easily available documents, and keeping our relatives close, but not too close. These seem to be excellent improvement for Connecticut homeowners, and I thank you for considering this option.
Thank you, Judy, for your testimony, for joining us this morning. And I I greatly appreciate you being willing to share a personal story about your experiences here in Connecticut and your hopes for our state. I have a question from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. What town do you live in?
We live in Mansfield.
Mansfield. Okay, so Mansfield has recently amended its regulations to allow for accessory apartments.
We were the very first one. So far as I know, there has not been another yet. But we aren't done with ours yet either.
As far as you know, no other town in the state allows accessory apartments?
I think other towns probably do, but I don't know that it's widely available or that people are aware of that option. And I think it would be an excellent thing to make available for the entire state.
Okay, but the people of Mansfield chose to amend your regulations, and now you have access to an accessory apartment, right?
And I think it's a wonderful thing, and that's why I speak in favor of this bill.
Okay, and Mansfield did it without state compulsion.
That's true, we did, and I think it's important to make it available for everyone.
Okay, so even though your town did it without the state compelling it, as did my town, which is the next town over, you believe that the state should compel every single town to do it, even if they think it's not right for them?
I do. I will speak a little further to that question. Our daughter is African American, and I know that the regulations that we currently have in Connecticut may or may not have been created within the lifetime of those who live here. But just as Isabel, in the wonderful book Caste, I forget her last name, but the author has identified the issue of racism as something that, while none of us claim it, none of us created it, it is in a very real way the house that we inherited and the house that we live in, and this house has cracks and fissures that need to be repaired. That's the bottom of my understanding and support for 1024. I think that it has, and for many of these regulations, I think that it will help us to repair this house that is Connecticut. Our daughter is in nursing school now, but before nursing school, she served as a CNA and found that many of the homes where she was sent were absolutely inhospitable in the beginning because she is African American, and some very rude things were said to her. But she remained there, she remained her kind and generous self. None of those clients ever wanted her to leave after they got to know her. I think that the bills that we're considering right now that are supported by Desegregate Connecticut will help us all to understand the value of having racial diversity in the entire state. And I know that in some cases that has to be regulated before it can happen. She only was able to serve in those homes because there are regulations making it impossible not to hire African American staff when they're available. And I am very much opposed to that. I think that we miss a lot of opportunities, that our education is not as good and effective as it could be. And I think that this set of regulations will indeed help Connecticut to be its very best.
Okay, so you think that forcing towns to allow for accessory apartments is going to change the fact that there are people who are racist and don't want your daughter to work at their house, at their homes?
It will help.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky, and thank you, Judy, for your testimony today. Really greatly appreciate you joining us this morning, and we hope you have a wonderful day ahead of you.
Thank you, and I hope you get a nap today.
Next up, we have, I'm going to try Daniel Shackelford again. I still see him in our list. Daniel? How about Jordan Force? To be followed by Catherine Blanco.
Yep, that's me.
Good morning, Jordan. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Jordan Force. I'm a resident of the town of Greenwich, and I'm testifying in favor of SB 1024. So I guess just I live in Coscob, and I live about a 2-minute walk from the Coscob Railroad Station. And the bill has stuff about transit-oriented development, and allowing more people to live near transit stations. And I have to say, a couple of years ago, I was working in Stamford as a programmer, and I discovered that I can just take the train to Stamford instead of having to drive. And that was quite wonderful. And actually, when I was in high school, I volunteered at the Boys and Girls Club in Greenwich. And at the time, I didn't have a car. So what I would do is take the train down to Greenwich, and that's only one stop over, but it was still very convenient. And I could also ride my bicycle, but again, it was very convenient. And I had to say, living near a transit station, at least for me, in the situation that I'm in, is great. It's very convenient. And I am in favor of loosening zoning restrictions around transit stations so that more people can live near them. And people who want to move near them, I presume, generally want that sort of benefit of living next to a train station. And so that's why I support the bill. The other thing is with respect to parking. I know in Stamford, I see a ton of unused parking. My boyfriend has a condo in Stamford, in a big condo building, and in the basement, it seems like probably at least a quarter of the spaces in it are empty, if not more. That seems to be consistent across the city, and that's not that has a cost to it, right? That takes money to build and maintain the parking, and it uses up space. It pushes things to be farther apart, makes things less walkable. It takes up a lot of space. So third thing is, with respect to the character regulations, this is kind of a general comment. I know, at least in casual conversation, people use the term character.
You're reaching the end of your 3 minutes.
Sure, all the time. It's just sort of non-specific term. Anything that makes towns sort of be very specific about exactly what building character means, I think is a good thing. Makes regulations better. Okay. Thank you. That's the end of my testimony. Again, I support SB 1024.
Thank you, Jordan, for your testimony. And I want to highlight one thing that I think is illuminating that maybe hasn't been discussed much, and I think you highlighted, and that is minimum parking, particularly around train stations and transit locations. In Connecticut, we haven't done a lot of it, so I can understand why folks may be shocked to hear that you can build a large multi-use apartment building next to a train station and not need that much parking. But the experience for most of the country and for a lot of folks who are determining to live near transit is they don't anticipate owning a car. They don't want to own a car. They never envisioned owning a car and needing to park it on a daily basis. They chose that location because it's next to a train, it's close to other activities they can hop on, and they don't have to worry about where to park the car. So it's not actually a huge development that is going to generate a lot of traffic when you put up developments next to train stations. In fact, one of the first developments around the State Street train station in New Haven, I was on the City Plan Commission at the time, and I think I advocated for too much parking at that development because for us, we couldn't conceive of the situation where folks wouldn't need a car. And so I can distinctly remember, and I know there's one person listening who remembers maybe even better than I do. I think I advocated for too much parking because it was so novel to me. And I wasn't taking the best advice. I hadn't had better examples to show me that we didn't need that much in car infrastructure. The extraordinary costs that developer had to put into that development meant we had fewer affordable housing units. It meant we had less commercial space. It means we had less architectural design merit because they're forced to build parking that they knew they didn't need. I think you highlighted that perfect. Like a lot of folks who want to live on that Cos Cob train station, they don't need, if they're close to the train station, they live there, they don't want a car, they don't need a car, they don't need all that parking. They'd like to have a great place to live. And I think you nailed it. Any questions for Mr. Force? Seeing none, thank you, Jordan. Catherine Blanco, followed by Reverend Kelly Jane Caesar.
Hello, everyone. First of all, as Larissa said, my condolences to Chairman Cassano and his family, and good morning to Chairman McCarthy-Vahey, Vice Chairman Needleman, Vice Chairman Chairwoman Gupel, Ranking Member Senator Wong, and Ranking Member Zullo, everyone else who has made it through the night with us. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak. My name is Catherine Blanco. I'm a volunteer with Desegregate Connecticut, although there are many reasons I stand in favor of SB 1024. I can best speak to my own experience. So my family currently resides in Danbury, but I grew up in Newtown, and growing up in Newtown, I had plentiful access to nature at home. I really appreciated that access, and I wanted to protect that wildlife around me. But at the same time, as someone who received my driver's license fairly late and still doesn't own my own car, living so far from the center of town was also a bit isolating. And when I came to DC for college, I missed the trees and hills from home, but I loved being able to walk or take public transportation to run errands, meet up with friends, even explore public parks and access green space in that way. And so now that I'm about to graduate, I would really like there to be a middle path for me at home in Connecticut. I support SB 1024 for many reasons, but on a personal level, because it promotes transit-oriented development and the creation of diverse middle housing options like ADUs and multifamily units that would make Connecticut suburban towns more accessible, including for young, soon-to-be college graduates like me, so that we can actually return to the communities that we came from. I think these moderate steps also allow developers to add some much-needed housing development without further contributing to sprawl. And that in turn can actually protect our natural lands from unnecessary encroachment. It's also more environmentally friendly to have at least some gentle density that can decrease emissions. So I support SB 1024 in short, because I think this bill can help my state tap into its ample potential. And thank you all for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Catherine, for your testimony today. I really appreciate you joining us and lending a look into the world that you want Connecticut to be. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning. I want to thank you for your testimony and good luck on your college graduation. Your views are appreciated and heard, and I thank you for sticking it out with all of us and your very warm welcome of all of us this morning. So thank you very much. Good luck again on your senior year and graduation.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you again, Catherine. Have a great day ahead of you. We have Reverend Kelly Jane Caesar, followed by Jay Pottinger.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here and hearing my testimony. My faith often speaks of praying without ceasing. And if you consider policymaking praying, then I think you've all fulfilled that call for sure, being here all night. So I'm Reverend Kelly Jane Caesar. I speak in favor of SB 1024 as a young professional, as a pastor, and as a recent homeowner. So my husband and I chose to buy a home in Manchester after renting an apartment near Main Street for about 5 years. And we're both young professionals. We could afford to live in more expensive towns if we wanted to, but we chose to stay in Manchester because we got to know the town while living close to Main Street in affordable housing. That's part of why I support this bill. We loved being able to walk to Main Street, explore parks, and we also like the multiracial makeup of the town. So when I think of the state, I often hear, oh, the state wants to have more young professionals. Well, this bill provides more diverse, affordable housing across the state, which means we have more of it in total. That allows for more entry-level professionals to have affordable housing, and also housing that's more environmentally friendly, for people who want to be able to walk to different places instead of driving, as I think Jordan talked about earlier. I'm also the senior pastor at First Congregational Church of East Hartford, a majority white congregation that's over 300 years old. And when I ask my congregants, why do you live in East Hartford? Why do you stay in East Hartford? The answer I most often receive is that the racial diversity of the town has really enriched and prepared their children to be leaders and active citizens in a globalized, multicultural world. So this bill, it helps our state enact racial and economic equality in housing, which obviously benefits everyone across the state. Over the years, you all know that racism, zoning, exclusionary zoning laws have concentrated people of color in poor neighborhoods. But with more diverse housing across the state, those with less financial means, they have access to mentorship, resources to encourage their full potential. But it also helps those who have more financial means. And I think this is crucial. Those who have more financial means, they're given the opportunity to collaborate in a more multicultural setting. And in our globalized world, that's like a huge, crucial skill. So if you're just thinking economics, that's a great benefit. Obviously, as a pastor, I think it's the morally right thing to do to provide every resident with the opportunity to flourish and grow. And I think that happens most in diverse communities, and anything we can do to help legislate that, I think, is important. Thank you for listening.
And thank you, Reverend, for joining us today and giving us your view on your town in Manchester, but also your vision for the state of Connecticut. We greatly appreciate the time you've lent us this morning. Are there any questions for the Reverend? Seeing none.
Required in my congregation.
Well, we greatly appreciate that. And we hope you have a wonderful day ahead of you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks again for joining us. We have Jay Pottinger to be followed by Thomas Broderick.
Thank you, Representative Lamar and members of the committee. Good morning. I'm happy to still be here since 10 o'clock this morning. Like some of you, I was multitasking during those last X hours, but I'm a night owl. I keep student hours, and I even pull an occasional all-nighter. So this is actually not a hardship for me, and I'm happy to be with you. I'm here this morning as the co-chair of the board of Open Communities Alliance. You heard earlier today from our executive director, Aaron Boggs, and our policy director, Sam Giffen, and you've heard testimony from other supporters of Open Communities Alliance, including some students with whom I share supervisory oversight. I'm testifying in support of raised House Bill 6611. You have written testimony, which includes some pretty graphs and lots of statistics, and I'm not going to repeat that. You can look at that at your leisure if you so choose. I just want to give one highlight, the essential point of that testimony and of HB 6611, and then I want to respond briefly to some of the remarks and questions that members of the committee have raised during the past 17 hours. The essence of House Bill 6611, the essence of our proposal for a fair share reform of the zoning system in Connecticut, rests in two immutable truths. One, the racial segregation on a residential basis in our state. And that's not pointing fingers at one town or one person. It's a fact that Connecticut is racially segregated along racial lines in its residential settings. And second, the state's deep need for affordable housing, which I think almost every committee member has acknowledged, even though there were some debates about what does affordable mean and how is it properly defined. What fair share offers the state is an opportunity to solve both of those problems and to use the solution of those problems together. Because most of the people who occupy subsidized housing in the state, which is concentrated in a tiny piece of the land area of the state, and many of the people who need affordable housing, however you define it, are people of color. And if the state builds those units or helps the towns to build those units in towns which are now mostly white, then we will both solve an affordable housing problem and help integrate our state and end the racial, thank you, and end the racial segregation. I'll stop there if I'm at my 3 minutes. I'm happy to try and respond to some of the comments that were made earlier today, but I'm also happy to let you move on and try and finish your work, whichever people prefer.
Thank you, Professor Pottinger, for your leadership of on this issue. I know you helped serve on a fair housing working group when I was chair of the Planning Development Committee a number of years ago. I know you're committed to this issue for a number of years, and I appreciate the time, energy, research, intelligence that you bring to it. There is a question from Chair McCarthy-Vahey, if you don't mind.
Happy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for helping us get through the night here, Professor Pottinger, I believe, and I am a fellow night owl, though I must admit, as we get older, it becomes a little bit harder to keep those student hours, doesn't it?
It does, that's true. But I just passed 71 last week, so I'm still going strong.
Oh my gosh, well, you're an inspiration. That's wonderful. I just actually wanted to ask you a little bit about your role. I don't know if I heard properly. Did you say that you are the co-chair of the board for Open Communities Alliance? Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct, Madam Chairman.
Okay, and is your academic life also in line with this work as well?
The work I do at Yale Law School is in the legal services office. I've been teaching in the clinic since 1980. So I've just passed my 40th year. I did a prisoners' rights clinic. I did special ed. I did a homelessness clinic. I've done a lot of work in China. But for the past 10 years since the foreclosure crisis, I've been doing, together with Jeff Gentis from the Fair Housing Center, representing homeowners fighting foreclosure. Since 1985, I've been representing tenants who are resisting eviction. And I've been doing civil rights and fair housing work with Open Communities Alliance for the past 7 years.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate hearing that and knowing that and understanding the perspective you bring and your voice and why it's so important in this conversation. I recognize we're going to have a lot more work, a lot more work for you, unfortunately, I think, in the coming months and year ahead as we look at the foreclosure and all the folks who are under forbearance, and certainly the eviction crisis as well. But I wanted to just get a little bit of a sense of the Fair Share plan. I know for a lot of folks, it's a new idea that they're learning about. You know, the bill filed, I know the Open Communities Alliance has been meeting with a number of folks. But I guess as a board chair and for so long involved in this, you know, what took you guys down this road as opposed to down some of the other roads? And I know Mr. Giffen talked a little bit about it earlier, but I'd love to hear just briefly your perspective.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairman. The mission of Open Communities Alliance, when it was founded, was to combat residential racial segregation in the state of Connecticut. One sentence mission. And that's why I joined the organization and helped Aaron Boggs and others to get it started. And so the effort to try and figure out how Connecticut best can go about tackling that problem and living up to the promise of our Constitution, which bars segregation, has been one of the main missions of Open Communities Alliance throughout our 7 years of existence. And as we struggled before this body over the years with legislative efforts and in local planning and zoning commissions, my clinic represents the Branford Housing Authority in an effort to redevelop and improve some affordable housing in the town of Branford. We've been trying to do that for almost 5 years through nearly a dozen public hearings and 2 court appeals under 8-30G, which I'm pleased to say we won earlier last fall, and the appeals were denied. So I'm looking forward to finally pursuing with that project. But it showed us that litigation alone is not the best solution to this problem. I think that litigation may help, but legislation and policy development is a better path. And so that's why we're here with this bill, is to try and work out a way to help the towns and the state solve, as I said, both the problem of affordable housing and the problem of residential segregation. And the Fair Share approach is one that we came on after studying what other states around the country have done and what some of the obstacles in Connecticut are. The exclusionary zoning is one of them. The clinic that I work with and another clinic that I co-partner with is working in Woodbridge, trying to help Woodbridge reform their zoning regulations by opening up Woodbridge and changing their exclusionary zoning policies. And we have a litigation in federal court against Hartford, the city of Hartford and HUD over the relocation practices that were done when HUD took away the subsidies from some rundown buildings in the north end of Hartford. So we're not, we know the way to the courthouse, but we like the way to the legislative office building and the state capitol better. And so that's why we're here. Is that a helpful answer?
It is. Thank you very much. And I do think that we have a number of bills in this committee that address issues that are currently involved in litigation. I think there is certainly something to be said for legislation as opposed to litigation. I know we have co-equal branches of government for a reason, and I would say perhaps some communities are not as excited about the help that you may be providing, but I do think that these are critical conversations, and I just want to thank you for your work and for the work of you guiding students and your students themselves as well. Thank you.
You saw one of them, Karen Anderson, earlier today, who has other extremely able co-teachers known to members of the committee, but it's a pleasure to have students like that to work with. I will say today in class, in our housing clinic seminar, we talked about the trade-offs between litigation and legislation, and Ellen Scalatar, known to some of you, came as a guest to the clinic to help us think about those issues. And it's a tough problem. It is.
And thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Just one last comment, and I appreciate your indulgence. It's really tremendous to me when people who have such privilege of intellect and the possibility to go to a place like Yale continue to give back to the community. And I'm very grateful to you and to your students. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Professor Pottinger, thank you so much. You have a remarkable gift because I think you actually made time stand still, because that was a good 5 minutes.
Thank you.
That being said, I wanted to kind of ask, and I want to thank you for your advocacy and to be an educator. That being said, and has your engagement, where do you see the compromise? Are you looking at the possibility of where some of the interpretation of this proposed legislation is a stick versus the past efforts of carrots in getting people to these goals that you shared, that we all share? That being said, do you have any solutions as we move forward after this dialogue and lessons learned, that perhaps there's a real earnest way that we can all work together to find solutions and a compromise, as well as a collaboration between neighborhoods, local, state, and federal? Thoughts on that, sir?
I'm not sure that they're going to be brilliant either because they're mine or at this hour of the morning, but I'll do my best.
You're doing great, sir.
No, I think, Senator, that the fair share approach that OCA is sponsoring through HB 6611 offers some real promise. And I'm not saying that only because I'm here on behalf of that bill. It has made some serious success, not total victory, but some serious success in New Jersey. And part of why it was able to do that was because of the litigation background that precipitated what New Jersey launched in its fair share efforts. And I think that Connecticut has an opportunity to take that step without the threat of litigation and without that kind of pressure, if people are willing to live up to the ideals that we all profess and that people were out in the streets in support of last summer, namely trying to change the racial equation in our state. And that's the racial equation in the towns. I live in Brantford. We're working in Woodbridge and in other places. I think the people of Woodbridge want to be more diverse than they are. We've had 3 months now of public hearings on our regulation proposal to change the zoning regs in Woodbridge, and probably between a third and 40% of the people who have testified have actually testified in favor of the regulation change. And Ellen Scalatar, who I mentioned earlier, is the chair of a committee that the town appointed to examine ways they can diversify their town and open up their community to more racial justice and racial equity. So I think the spirit is willing.
And I hope that we have the efforts to carry it through the finish line with all parties involved. It's interesting. There is a history in this country, as well as in the state and various towns, of exclusion, redlining. I know I have personally been subject to it. That being said, I think presently 2021, there is no tolerance for it. There will be no acceptance of it. Do you see these kind of policies as, there's kind of a confluence back and forth in regards to race and social justice, but then when you get to some of the analysis, it's not about that, because none of these bills address that from a standpoint of real housing solutions. It's increasing supply and possibly density. Where can we look to say, how do we solve that solution for all our communities? I was intrigued to hear that you were party to the federal lawsuit of HUD in the city of Hartford, because you're right. All the parties, all the shareholders from local, state, and federal need to be held accountable to collaborate and find solutions. So, I mean, where do we go from here, Professor Pottinger?
As a teacher, well, people who have law degrees will appreciate that the best law teachers are Socratic, and so we ask questions rather than answer them. But I will do my best to try and tackle what you're suggesting, and I really do think that.
You're reaching the end of your 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I really do think, Senator, that housing is at the root of a lot of our social problems. It's at the root of some of our economic problems. It's at the root of many of our racial divisions and disharmony. And one of the challenges for Connecticut and for our country is that race maps onto economics, as one of the earlier speakers, maybe an hour or an hour and a half ago, emphasized when she talked about the racial wealth gap and the income gaps. And so people in Woodbridge say, we're not racists. If you've got enough money to move to Woodbridge, we welcome you with open arms. And I don't disagree that that is probably true about most of the people in Woodbridge, maybe nearly every one of them. But there are racial wealth gaps, there are racial income gaps, and most of the people in subsidized housing in the state are racial minorities. And so those are the realities that you as the legislature and the courts have to grapple with. And that's frankly why I like the idea of fair share, because it brings those two elements together. It brings the affordable housing together with the racial imbalance and offers a pathway to try and use both of them, the solution to each of them, to solve both of them, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. And you do have a great gift, because I know we've exceeded the 5 minutes and time has stood still for you again. And I want to thank the chair for his allowance and latitude on this. But I am appreciative of your efforts. And I think what has come out of this hearing, I hope, is that there is a consensus that we need to find solutions, and maybe we can reconvene the work group to get back together and really gather the momentum that we're seeing right now toward real solutions with all parties. So, and I'm absolutely positive that you'll be a significant part of that discussion.
Well, you're kind to say so. I would love to try and be a help. And let me just say, I do think that 8-2, our Zoning Enabling Act, which represents the state's devolution of power and authority to the towns and municipalities, has the solution written into it.
Yep.
About promoting and encouraging housing for racial and economic choices. And we just have to live up to that promise that the legislature already has written. I apologize, Representative Lamar. I'm going to.
That's okay.
No.
I inadvertently let the clock keep running for Chair McCarthy Vahey, so I let the clock keep running for Senator Huang. But I get the sense that you guys would go on for another 2 hours if I let you. So
I appreciate that, Chair, and I did acknowledge that. That being said, I would ask Professor Pottinger maybe take a look at some consideration of proposals of looking at utilizing 8-30J as another tool as well. But again,
I think that's going to be important. I absolutely agree.
Again, thank you, Professor Pottinger. And again, I want to thank the chair for his latitude and his good grace in allowing me to engage with you. And you're right. I would be happy to engage with you and try to find solutions as long as it takes. Thank you, Professor Pottinger.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to Representative Dubitsky, Attorney Dubitsky, Attorney Pottinger. Neither one of you are going to get paid by the minute right here. So we're going to go down to 5 minutes. Representative Dubitsky.
I'll try and be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pottinger. You mentioned a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about. New Jersey has been mentioned a number of times as sort of the model. is there any other place, any other state that we can use as a model as opposed to New Jersey? New Jersey does not have a great history of being a bastion of economic success. It's typically rattling around the bottom of the barrel very often with Connecticut. Is there anybody who has any other state that's had better success, that is in better financial condition, that has implemented any of the policies successfully that you're advocating today?
I'm going to give you sort of two answers, if I may, Representative Dubinsky. First, New Jersey, like Connecticut, as you say, has been struggling economically. Some years ago, I was working with Connecticut Voices for Children on various revenue and bonding issues before this body. And it was shocking when students and I did the research how similar New Jersey and Connecticut were on a whole range of demographic measures. If you think about it, both states have smaller cities, not a big urban center. Both states have relatively integrated populations, but segregated by across the board, but separated and segregated into cities and suburbs. Both states are in the periphery of New York City, and many of the high earners in both places work in New York City and commute back and forth from their home state. So it's interesting that there are a lot of similarities between Connecticut and New Jersey, and some of them, as you point out, are economic stagnation, especially in the last X years. So the fair housing effort in New Jersey has not solved the state's problems, but they have helped, and they offer an opportunity to Connecticut to do the same. And that's, I think, Erin Boggs made that point in her testimony, that economic growth and economic advantage is one of the positive spin-offs that we foresee from an aggressive program of providing affordable housing and increasing housing supply and construction in the state. The other point that I'll make, though, and I think it's important, especially for folks from the Republican side of the aisle, and I grew up, I was in 1964 a Goldwater Republican. I have changed, but at that time, and my parents cast all their votes in the party primary for the one delegate running pledged to Barry Goldwater. But when you think about exclusionary zoning, it's serious regulation of the property market, and it's holding back the power of the free market to develop affordable housing and to develop multifamily housing across the state. And so
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but my time is limited. And
okay, no, I'm sorry. So what I was going to answer your question just by saying that Texas, one of my colleagues, Bob Ellickson, who's a property lawyer and a land use scholar, has pointed out that Texas, which has much looser zoning and much less exclusionary zoning than does Connecticut, is much more of a free marketplace with respect to zoning and housing. So that's another example if you want to look elsewhere.
All right, thank you. Now, you'd also mentioned that that people of color, and specifically, I believe you said African Americans, make up the majority of subsidized housing in this state.
I think a disproportionate share is what I would say. And if I said majority, I apologize, because that I may well have misspoken in that regard. Okay,
disproportionate share. And in what way will spreading out the housing and the fair share to various communities, including rural communities with absolutely no services, no transportation, no sewers, no gas, no water. How will that bring the proportionate share into alignment with regard to subsidized housing?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I don't want it to sound like a quota system, because that's not what I'm talking about. And that's not what fair share is about.
Reaching the end of your 5 minutes.
Okay, sorry. It's my fault for wandering off topic and not answering the representative's question as succinctly as I should have.
That's
Let
okay.
me
You can finish your answer if you would, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. Thank you. So for me, moving subsidized housing into communities that currently lack it and putting affordable housing, not just subsidized, but affordable rental housing in a multifamily way in some of those same communities will diversify those communities and give them the educational benefits to their own families and their own students of having a truly diverse school system and population. I think that there are certainly studies that show that moving to opportunity in that way really benefits young children, especially from poor minority families. There's a Harvard sociologist called Raj Chetty who did a study of that in Baltimore, and it turned out that children who moved from inner city concentrated poverty to higher opportunity neighborhoods ended up earning over $300,000 more over their lifetime as a consequence, at least apparently related to that move to opportunity.
Okay. Thank you. My time is up, but I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
I hope I was responsive, and if not, I'm happy to try and do something offline with you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Professor Pottinger, for making yourself available for continued conversation with members of our committee moving forward.
Thank you for the privilege of talking to you today. I appreciate it.
Of course. And have a great day ahead of you, Professor.
I don't have a supervision until 9 o'clock, so I'm good for the next couple hours.
Perfect. Thanks again.
Take care.
So next is Thomas Broderick, to be followed by Laura Keller.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for being here and thank you for what you do. This is definitely more of my morning dog walking garb than I had meant to be, more teacher in a tie look at this hour, but oh well. So I wanted to pick up actually, ironically, where Professor Pottinger left off and give my support for SB 24 along the same lines. Expanding the amount of diversity of housing in all of our communities, and I would say not just affordable housing, will have so many compelling economic benefits. So many speakers have spoken to that. But as an educator in Connecticut for the last 12 years, I feel uniquely qualified to discuss one key reason to support zoning reform, and that's to fulfill the legacy of Sheff versus O'Neill and provide equal opportunities to all of our children and families. In that 1996 decision, the Connecticut Supreme Court found that Hartford students were racially, ethnically, and economically isolated, and the cause was the link between housing and school districts. And while Sheff v. O'Neill originated in Hartford, this is a problem that affects cities and suburbs, white and minority students alike. As long as housing prices keep opportunity concentrated in a set of unaffordable towns, our state can't achieve its full economic or social potential. Exclusionary zoning and expensive housing in Connecticut locks lower middle class students of every race and ethnicity out of opportunity-rich towns. Professor Pottinger just mentioned Harvard University's Raj Chetty. He and his colleagues at the Opportunity Insights Project found that, quote, neighborhoods in which children grow up shape children's outcomes in adulthood, and concluded that, quote, low-income families are segregated into lower opportunity areas. Having enough money to purchase an expensive single-family home on a large lot should not be a prerequisite for your children gaining access to a quality education or career opportunity. Fortunately, building more diverse housing stock and expanding the amount of housing is not a zero-sum game. We can do that and maintain Connecticut's fantastic educational standards. Opponents of the bill have argued in favor of local control or home rule, claiming that localities know best how to handle their housing policies. I'd argue, though, that ADUs, duplexes on main streets, and apartments near train stations, they're not urban renewal part 2. I think opponents of SB 1024 are operating in good faith and have Connecticut's best interests at heart. But I think they're the ones advocating for a one-size-fits-all approach, demanding single-family zoning throughout the entire state. I empathize with property owners who never want their neighborhoods to change, but local control over housing has Connecticut caught in a vice. Unattainable prices, high property taxes, and a growing budget with shrinking population. Only state level structural reforms can address these dynamics.
Excuse me, you've reached the end of your 3 minutes. If you can summarize.
Yes, so I would say I live in Trumbull. I've taught in Ridgefield for the past 12 years. I see these dynamics firsthand. My students in Ridgefield have a fantastic education, and I want every child in the state to have the same opportunities. Thank you for your time, and I will definitely be telling my students about your dedication.
Thank you, Thomas, for your testimony today and for coming here and sharing so much about your experience and experience of many of your students and the communities you live in. Chair McCarthy-Vehey.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Broderick. I want to thank you. Whatever attire you're in, I really appreciate the fact that you have brought up Sheff versus O'Neill. And I was very struck by one of the teachers who testified earlier tonight, Mr. Hull, when he talked about the paucity of African-American students who had been in his AP classes. It really struck me. I did not comment when he spoke. I was taking a few minutes off camera. But we have talked throughout this hearing very, very little about education because this is the Planning and Development Committee and our purview is zoning. But there is such an intimate connection between the opportunity that our students have and where they live. And that is, of course, because of our tax structure in the state has a lot to do with that. Also, our zoning structure as well. So I just wanted to say thank you. And my neighbor, who's a fellow teacher up in Ridgefield, will probably be driving past my house in just a few moments. But I want to thank you for being here and for raising those points.
Well, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Seeing no more questions, have a wonderful day, Mr. Broderick, and thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you. Same to you all.
It looks like Laura Keller has left us. If she comes back, we'll retain her space. Next, we have Ann O'Brien, followed by Jared Klukas, then Richard Friedman, then Reed Schwartz. Is Ann O'Brien available?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to figure out how to start my video. Sorry. Apologies, a little slow on the unmute and on camera. So my name is Ann O'Brien. I'm the Director of Community Engagement with IRIS, Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services, based in New Haven. However, I'm actually calling in from Ridgefield. So folks mentioned Ridgefield earlier in terms of educators. I appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning and really appreciate the fact that you guys have been going all night. Very impressive. IRIS is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping refugees and immigrants and other displaced families restart their lives and enrich the communities of Connecticut. We provide services like employment training, legal aid, access to education, and health services, as well as housing assistance. We actually equip brand new refugee families and other families coming from overseas, seeking safety, the ability to educate their children, and just to work in a safe environment. And we actually equip them with houses, with apartments, and serve and equip those homes with donated goods. These families represent the best of our American values. It's the most noble tradition to welcome the persecuted, those fleeing conflict from around the world, and helping them pursue their own American dream in safety. It truly is the bedrock of our country. And immigration is foundational to the success of our state. 15% of the Connecticut community, excuse me, I literally just got up about a half an hour ago, population hails from another country. However, one of the things that holds us back from being able to share this tradition, to allow communities in Connecticut across the state every single one of them, to be able to welcome families from around the world to their town is the availability of affordable housing. And make no mistake, communities in Connecticut want to do this. We actually have developed a network of 50 different towns that have groups of volunteers that truly take on the task of welcoming a family, and the entire community is better for that. And I can attest to that because not only do I work for IRIS, but I live in Ridgefield, and our town has come together multiple times to work with IRIS to resettle refugee families in our town. And what that does for our town is transformational. Not only do we have the ability to know that we are participating in a humanitarian effort and helping families fleeing a conflict such in Syria or the Congo, but our town comes together in this amazing American noble tradition. However, we could only do that because there is a small amount of affordable housing here in Ridgefield, and there are so many towns that there is not. And as one case in example,
You've reached the end of your 3 minutes, if you could summarize.
sure. Just as one example, here in Ridgefield, we had a Syrian family of 4 come 5 years ago. And because we were able to secure one option for affordable housing, that family is still here. They are fully employed. The kids are doing well in school, and the town is able to feel that they accomplished as a town. This can only happen through affordable housing being available across the state. And this is something that all of the residents of Connecticut want to be able to do. We have more applications than we can actually handle as far as resettlement outside of New Haven.
Thank you so much for your testimony today and for providing that lens both into your professional career and what you do on behalf of so many families trying to find a place to live in Connecticut. We appreciate you for that. And we appreciate you lending the lens of your community in Ridgefield and for joining us this morning after so many hours of this conversation. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions for Anne, again, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us today, and we hope you have a great day today.
You too. Thank you.
I have Jared Klukas.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi,
Can you
Jared.
hear
How
me?
are you?
Doing pretty well. How about you?
Okay.
So first off, I would just say thank you to the committee for listening to my testimony and my fervent advocacy for the passage of Bill 1024. Obviously, given the number of testimonies here today, this is a really important issue, so I'm thankful to be participating in such a worthwhile hearing. And thank you to all the committee members for your continuous work for our communities in Connecticut. I believe this is such an opportune bill that addresses the exclusionary and quite repressive zoning practices that are historically embedded within our state. Personally speaking from anecdotal experience, I grew up in Fairfield and attended Fairfield Public Schools. In my education, there was not one mention of redlining or discriminatory zoning practices that can still be structurally felt today. I'm sure other countless young adults who have grown up in the state would agree with me in how our education system excludes Connecticut's prejudiced zoning history from our schools' curriculums. I think this is very telling about how pertinent this conversation is, especially in terms of the future of diversity and inclusion within our state. Moving on from that, I believe that the passage of SB 1024 is a key step towards a fairer state that can create equitable housing options and confront the legacy of discriminatory zoning practices. The ADU proposal specifically is very conducive to many people's need for more diverse housing options. For college students like myself, allowing for ADUs as of right will attract recent college graduates, to senior citizens and other groups within our community to remain or become new residents in our state. I hope to reinforce these concerns about discriminatory zoning regulations by sharing a troubling statistic I found. Since 2011, nearly 75% of all newly constructed affordable housing units within our state are located within the 10 poorest communities in Connecticut, 75%. Only a slim 5% of newly constructed affordable housing units are located within the 10 most affluent towns. Hopefully everyone agrees how problematic this statistic is and shows how the not in my backyard attitudes exacerbate inequality within our state. I urge you to pass SB 1024 on behalf of inclusivity and our collective prosperity for all the residents of our state, especially those who are inexcusably neglected by our current land use practices. It's clear that the not in my backyard phenomenon is an outdated, ignorant, and all too common attitude within our state. I'm a big believer that zoning laws should be malleable and adaptable over time. I think it's definitely time for a promising change within our state, and by passing SB 1024, we can all create an even greater Connecticut to call home. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your time today and for talking about your personal experience in Fairfield and across Connecticut, your vision for what our state can become. And I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Chair McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. Mr. Klukas, it's really great to have a Fairfielder here. I know Senator Wong and I are both happy to see folks from Fairfield. I just want to comment on one thing that you said. I didn't grow up in Fairfield. I grew up outside Philadelphia. And I share your experience. Growing up, I did not learn a lot of things about our nation's history that I'm embarrassed to say, some of which I didn't learn until just the past few years in my life. Even as a social work student, I learned more through my graduate program, but it's really amazing to me how much I still have to learn, and I appreciate you sharing that with us, and it just highlights it for all of us. I think there's a lot to learn, particularly when you're people who have lived with the kind of privilege that many of us here in Fairfield have. So thank you for taking the time to be here at 6:30 in the morning.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course. Senator Huang.
Morning, Mr. Chair, and it is a Fairfield welcome. Jared, great job, and obviously you don't look none the worse for having stayed up for this. So thank you for your testimony, and what year are you at school?
I'm a senior, actually. I'm graduating in May from UConn.
Well, be safe at school, and good luck on your graduation, and we're lucky to have you in Fairfield. Thank you for speaking up.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Have a great week.
You too. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course. And thank you, Jared, and congratulations on the upcoming graduation.
Thank you.
And hey, maybe you want to move to New Haven. We can become neighbors.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Point of order. Point of order. Fairfield.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today and outlining your vision for the state of Connecticut. And we really appreciate your ability to touch on issues that have not been before our committee today. That was really great.
Of course. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for all your time.
Thank you and have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you.
All right. We'll try Daniel Shackelford again, just in case we're able to get him in. Daniel? Still no. Okay, so we have Richard Friedman, followed by Reed Schwartz. Is it available? I see him in the room. Appears to be unmuted.
I asked him to start video, but I don't see any movement.
All right, we'll come back to Richard as well if he joins us. Reed, I see. Reed's been here for a while, so Reed, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you to all of the honorable members of the committee for your time. My name is Reed Schwartz, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Wesleyan Democrats in favor of SB 1024. I hope at this point it's not necessary to point out the benefits other states and municipalities such as Oregon and Sacramento have reaped from zoning reform, but I would like to emphasize that this bill does not represent unprecedented change. It's simply a rejection of unnatural restrictions created in the past 50 years, a step towards re-legalizing more inclusive communities. My great-grandparents, Eastern European Jews, escaped to New York City in the early 1900s, fleeing poverty and persecution in their home countries and seeking a better life in this one. Though they faced hardship here, including rampant and normalized anti-Semitism and the greatest economic depression in the history of this country, my grandfather was able to grow up in cheap, abundant, and accessible housing, surrounded by other immigrants and the educational opportunities he needed to eventually become a tenured professor. If they had made the journey today, I can't say that the outcome would have been the same. Redlining, low-density zoning, and burdensome requirements meant to make life easier for cars instead of people have locked immigrants and low-income people out of the most desirable and prosperous areas of our state, all due to the misguided belief exclusion is good for property values. When supply is artificially constrained and demand fixed, arson is good for property values. That doesn't make it a good policy. We used to allow dense construction in this country, cheap housing that allowed immigrants like my great-grandparents to embed themselves in the economy and culture. Yet today, rising and artificially inflated rents stand in the way of economic mobility. SB 1024 is a significant move toward ameliorating that exclusion, one that will begin to restore the economic mobility that allowed my great-grandparents and their children to thrive here. I and all of the Wesleyan Democrats strongly encourage the committee to vote in favor of SB 1024. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Reed. On behalf of the Wesleyan Democrats, the organization you represent, I appreciate you staying up with us this night. And I know you've been in the Zoom for a large portion of the last few hours and got a chance to see this conversation play out and a lot of different viewpoints expressed. And I thank you for your commitment to the issue and your willingness to engage on it. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, and thank you for coming in. Did you just say that arson is good for property values?
I meant to say that when you have a fixed supply of housing and the demand is fixed, and you artificially reduce that supply, then the average property value is going to go up. I did not mean to say that the property wealth on the whole is going to increase due to arson.
So can you identify any place in the country where a rash of arsons has increased property values?
Representative, I may have been hyperbolic, but I'd hope that you understand the example, which is that artificial constraints and reductions on supply of housing when demand is fixed will necessarily lead to increased prices.
I'm sorry, maybe it's just because I'm very tired, but I don't get your analogy at all. How is burning down houses increase property values, and even whether the housing is fixed or not? I just don't get it.
It's an Econ 101 problem. If you have a fixed demand for a good and you have a fixed supply of that good, and that you'll have a certain price. If you reduce the supply of that good, then the price per unit will go up. I'm sorry if that analogy was not clear before.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Reed, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
All right, we have some folks jumping back in. We'll go back to Richard Friedman, if he's available. Is Richard available? All right, so we'll go to James Bosch, then Kim Healy.
Thanks. There are so many housing related bills going through different commissions this year that addressing each is like a game of whack-a-mole. I imagine that was by design. I'm going to speak broadly about these bills and why they are bad policy. There is an implied social contract when one buys a home in a residential area. In return for the purchase price of the property and associated fees and taxes, the town and state government should not enact rules that will disturb the peaceable environment of your property or to value some property through government fiat. Local control is the best mechanism to prevent this from happening, and the incentives of the homeowner and municipal body are generally aligned. Local bodies are best positioned to understand the unique characteristics and infrastructure of their town, and let that guide the decision-making of the development. Hartford has not proven anything close to competence in the last several decades as financial stewards of our residents, so why should we give it more power? The entire point of by right development provisions is to circumvent local planning and zoning and give much more control to Hartford in the development of our towns. Many of the bills before you seek to address the symptoms of real problems, growing opportunity gaps and wealth gaps across our country, while neither confronting the underlying roots of these gaps nor the undue influence of special interest groups that thrive in Connecticut and the regressiveness of implementing laws that would punish targeted groups of residents. In doing so, they will only sow further division and pick winners and losers among different residents. Year after year, many legislators seek to continually pit town versus city to the ultimate detriment of all. Finally, I want to say that, I've heard a bunch of this hearing. I just kind of, I admire everyone's persistence in getting to this point. I've been really disappointed by the commentary about towns like Greenwich, New Canaan, and others in Fairfield County calling us racist, saying we're entitled, discriminatory. It's disgusting. The fact is that they are gating factors in living in New Canaan. They have to do with wealth and how much you would pay for your house. There are gating factors in all of your lives. There are gating factors if you get into Yale University. You have to be smart enough or work hard enough, in some cases have legacy. There are gating factors if you send your child to a private school. There are gating factors throughout our society. Yet some people here feel like it's necessary to just call out those people in those towns, or that have as a gating factor the price paid for your home, without acknowledging all of the instances in their own lives where they institute gating factors. It's hypocritical, and it should end.
Thank you, Mr. Bosch. Representative Winkler?
Yes, thank you. One of the biggest gating factors was the GI Bill, where it was probably the single greatest wealth-producing episode in the history of the United States. And minorities were viciously discriminated against. Whole housing developments were vetoed if there was a single Black involved. All those, Black veterans were just cheated. So given the history of this, what would be your suggestion to us on how to rectify things at this point?
If you're asking me how to rectify society, how to rectify Connecticut, I could go through a complete laundry list, Representative Winkler. And it doesn't actually start with having some people face the burden of having a multifamily high density unit built right next to them by right, and say that that's an anti-discriminatory practice. Well, I'm actually a social worker. If I could finish, I'm a social worker. If I could finish.
Could you give me the first item on your list? Just give me an idea.
Yeah, create more jobs. Make Connecticut actually more attractive to productive businesses and residents, so that we can lift up. So that we can lift up the entire.
Hold on. I'm gonna pause the timer. We're gonna pause the timer for a moment. If we could speak one at a time. I think Mr. Winkler, Representative Winkler asked a question. Mr. Bosch is in the process of answering. Let's let Mr. Bosch finish his answer, and then we'll go back to Representative Winkler to ask the second follow-up question. Mr.
Yeah,
Bosch.
so I think there's if you create an attractive environment for businesses and residents. I'm actually a social worker. I left hedge funds to become a social worker because I actually care about people. And I think there can be a different angle to how you help out people than what we've seen in Connecticut, where we're in such a complete fiscal mess that if you're on the left side of the aisle and you care about social, environmental, criminal justice reform as I do, in what way are we doing that given our fiscal context? We're not able to even afford it. So you don't want to continue to push people away. You want to create jobs. If you have a larger tax base because you're of an attractive state, there is nothing that's more functional in terms of looking at a family unit, if you actually work with these families, than someone or two parents having a secure job. So I would start off, so you asked that question, Representative Winkler. It's a great question. It's a very broad-based question. That's what I would start with.
In what state are Blacks doing well?
In what state are Blacks doing well?
Yes.
Okay. I would say because of a history of abject racism, and then after that, I think the aftermath of slavery, Jim Crow laws, in segregation in the South that Blacks have, unfortunately, not having to do with anything that's anyone could do on this call, face this type of structural impediments that most other minorities, not all other minorities, haven't faced. And because Blacks wear on their skin what they are, it distinguishes them from other people in society. So I'm a Jewish person. I can't hide that. I can hide that I'm Jewish because I have white skin. A Black person cannot hide that they're Black. And unfortunately, we have racist and discriminatory people that will hold that against them. But to think that SB 1024 or other Connecticut laws are doing anything except for badly addressing the symptoms of the problem, instead of addressing the real underlying roots, is foolhardy.
In Connecticut, a person can do what they want with their property within reason. If I want to cut down all the trees on my property, I can cut them down. If I want to dig a hole in my property, I can dig a hole. We never promised anybody that nothing would happen next door to them that they didn't like. We've always had situations. So the idea that you bought a single person house and the guy next to you cut down all the trees or dug a hole is no different than if somebody built a 4-unit house next to you.
Yeah.
Nothing is promised in this society when it comes to land.
So Representative Winkler, I would say that is in essence, you expressed very articulately the nature of the problem. Because what you call fairness, because it's just arbitrary. You bought a house, no one promised you that the next door neighbor is not going to do something to devalue your property or disturb your tranquility. You consider that fair. I consider what you just said completely unfair. If I could please finish. If I buy a house and I pay all the money, I'm not sure why this is funny. If I buy a house and I pay all the money to buy that house, I think that there's an implied social contract that at the state and local level, no one should destroy the value of my property, the tranquility of my property. And if that is upended by government fiat because people like you think that this is fine, then that's not the type of state that I want to live in. And there's other states to choose from to move to. So you can shake your head, but
the end of the 5 minutes.
I didn't say
what you consider fair is not what I consider fair.
That's why I'm smiling. You're saying things I didn't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winkler and Mr. Bosch for the back and forth. I would highlight that whatever state you want to move to would probably have less restrictive zoning than Connecticut does, because we are one of the most restrictive in the entire country. And there's almost no other state you could move to where you could define what your next door neighbor does in their yard as much as you can in Connecticut. Senator Huang, followed by Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that you and I sometimes have healthy exchanges, but maybe because the morning is long, that exchange just kind of made my head split because there was far too much interruption. And I want to make sure that we extend the courtesy to the public that have waited all night to have their voices be heard and not be interrupted. So, and I appreciate you interrupting and defining that. So, Mr. Bosch, thank you so much. And I didn't know that you moved on and decided to go back in and pursue a second career in social work. So I applaud you on that. And I think the viewpoints that you shared is one where so many people that I've talked to call it hysteria, as some people have termed it, call it fear. It's real. It's where people that have spent their life aspiring and their single biggest piece of investment in some cases, their home, their property, are being threatened. And whatever it is important for us not to disrespect people's feeling about that. That being said, I also hear your approach and thoughtfulness to say, how can we find a solution? So here's an opportunity for you, just as I offered to Professor Pottinger. What are your thoughts on how we can get to a compromise?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Senator Wong. I think I don't think I could have delineated any better than the Planning and Zoning Commissioner of Westport did in why SB 1024 actually doesn't work. I also appreciated the comments from First Selectwoman Jamie Stevenson. I thought they were very thoughtful in that. I think there's a minimization of what towns are doing currently on their road to 830G, and it's very difficult depending on the town, the unique characteristics and infrastructure of that town, to necessarily comply to with all the provisions associated with 830G and the timeline associated, which is why we have grace periods if you're on your way to that. So I think what actually has to be done is not a one size fits all type of solution, not to force more government, more Hartford mandates on the state. I mean, we have 1,500 mandates, Senator Wong. Most of them are unfunded. They cost our municipalities and towns a huge amount of money. We shouldn't be adding more mandates unless we're taking 2 or 3 away. I think both sides of the aisle should agree to that type of reasonableness. A more middle of the road solution would be to have some type of independent bipartisan committee work with each town and municipality on their unique needs and what they're doing to address 830G, and help them through best practices over the course of a reasonable time frame to get there. Don't just stick bills that are just going to be, you do this or else, the type of stick approach, a one size fits all because Hartford knows better. That doesn't work. We've tried that before. It's worked poorly.
Yeah, you've heard organizations talk about the process and how they've had a diverse panel. And what I'm hearing is reconvene a body in which very disparate viewpoints are put into the room and provide solutions. And I'm appreciative that you cited the 2 testimonies of the Westport Planning and Zoning Chair, Ms. Dobin, and First Selectwoman Jamie Stevenson, is as much as they have challenged 1024, I think they ended all of their testimony and all of their advocacy in saying, let's find a solution forward. I think that's the frustration I have in some ways, that some of the most vehement advocates have said, this is the way, versus saying, maybe we can all work together. So I really appreciate your thoughtfulness on this. And again, thank you and all the others that will follow you that came before you to spend time to share your thoughts and perspective with all of us. I think this has been a powerful engagement where I think this is where good policy making is happening, because we're really listening to very disparate viewpoints and having this kind of dialogue.
Well, thank you, Senator Wang, and I appreciate your tone. It's such a marked change from the tone that I was given in the last exchange.
You reached the end of your 5 minutes, Senator.
If people approach problems from a we're right because we're righteous, you're wrong. You're wrong because you're missing something that we have. We cannot have a fair and constructive dialogue around this.
Completely agree. And look, I'm a first generation immigrant. I grew up in federal housing. I grew up in an urban setting, but I so happen to represent the 28th Senate District. You know what? Personal experiences motivate me to try to find solutions. I've been redlined. You know what? It's this experience as a racial minority that I've endured. But you know what? This is America, where opportunities afford you. I'm grateful to be a state senator where we have these kind of conversations where I can try to find solutions moving forward. So I appreciate your thought. I appreciate all those that have gotten the effort to engage in this conversation. And again, I want to thank Mr. Chair for allowing me to go past time again. I'm grateful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bosch, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Huang. I wanted to give the opportunity for that conversation to finish. I do think it's appropriate for me now to make sure that we are continue to tone set a little bit here, that we ask questions, we provide the person an opportunity to answer those questions fully. We try not to interrupt them in the midst of their answer. I've seen it happen a lot over the course of the night, not just to Mr. Bosch, but to other witnesses. And I think for the next, while I'm on the morning drive time here, we're going to try to make sure we're asking questions and giving people the appropriate time to answer those questions. This is their time, not ours. Representative Dubitsky, followed by Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Bosch, for coming in. I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit more about the social contract that you had mentioned and how it relates to zoning. I know that there are a few towns in the state that have never implemented zoning, but I don't believe there's any town that's ever eliminated it. And if it weren't 6:45 in the morning, I'd probably remember the court cases that discussed the expectations of property owners with regard to zoning and the social contract. So, perhaps you could expound a little bit about, how that social contract that you mentioned relates to zoning in municipalities.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think that there are explicit social contracts. For example, when I've rented out a property to a tenant, within that lease agreement, it talks about my need as the landlord to maintain a peaceable environment. And that if I were to ever do anything to in any way compromise the experience of that tenant, that I would need to have a conversation with them. They would need to agree to it. Those are explicit social contracts. There are also implied social contracts that when any of us on the call buy a home, what we implicitly expect is that our local town and that our state, and even I would say in our country, do not do anything to compromise what for most people is their greatest investment. And if someone, let's say in town, let's say they're a half a mile within a transit-oriented development, or they're in a quarter mile of a commuter corridor, and you bought a home or a condo in that area, and then suddenly the government by fiat, because it determines that through its own sense of what's right and what's wrong, superseding what is actually happening in your life, decides that by right a developer can build a high density unit right next to you, and in turn devalue that property and compromise the peaceable environment that you've enjoyed. That's not right by, I think, anyone's definition, whether Republican, Democrat, or anywhere in between. It's just not the right thing to do. And so what bothers me about this these bills is they give that type of authority and overreach to a government that I don't believe has shown that it deserves it. Because what I face, Mr. Dubitsky, and what a lot of residents face is unpredictability about what's going to come from the General Assembly every year. It's one of the reasons why I have a psychotherapy practice and I co-own a practice with my wife where we employ around 100 people in Connecticut and work with kids with autism, that we're not going to invest any more in Connecticut after having a few offices here. I'm going to spend my springtime looking for places to expand our business in South Carolina. And I'm doing that because I have no ability to predict what is going to come from the legislature next. I know the fiscal context, given the inordinate amount of debt that we have, because we've chosen to, partly because we've chosen to say one special interest group is more important than the private sector, but I won't go into that. We're going to be facing tax increases since cost decreases are pretty much off the table that I know in some way are going to compromise our business in the future. I just don't know how much. And when I see bills like this, or I see a bill on houses that are $430,000 or above, or I see forced regionalization of schools, every year, Mr. Dubitsky, I'm asking myself, what are they going to do next? And because I don't know what they're going to do next, I'm choosing not to play the game anymore. And I will, expand our business someplace else. So if people feel that taxes and cost burden and everything else doesn't lead to any sort of net out migration, they're deluding themselves. We've lost 163,000 residents over 8 years and $12 billion of net adjusted gross income that could have been used for social purposes or environmental purposes or criminal justice reform. That's $700 million on a 6% blended basis. It's gone
Excuse
to
me,
other
you reached
states.
the end of 5 minutes.
Thank you.
You can finish your answer if you would, please.
I just said, Mr. Dubitsky, that it's gone to other states, and that's unfortunate. That's not good for if someone's liberal. It's not good if someone is conservative. It's just bad policy. These policies that are before us are bad policies. They need to be reworked or thrown out.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, it's all too common. People moving out. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And
Thank you, Representative
Mr. Bash.
Dubitsky. Representative Fiorello.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bash. You said something that really piqued my ears because you said about predictability and all these unfunded mandates. And I remember when we were all running for office, we offered, our platforms and our solutions. Did anybody run as completely upending zoning as a solution for our state?
So no, High Representative Fiorello, no. In fact, in terms of our local candidates, whether they were Republican or Democrat, I think all of them said uniformly that they would be against abrogating local control and decision-making over planning and development. That was a common thread. I don't see
Right.
that actually in terms of, all of our representatives and what they've actually said publicly, but of course they ran on that to get votes.
Right. So there's definitely people who are paying attention, active and engaged citizens who kind of feel, like, where is this coming from? But, zoning does cut both ways. Zoning can protect property rights, but it also infringes on property rights. And because it is that double-edged sword, we kind of want it to be as close as possible. So you have some say in which way it cuts. I think that's what you're saying. And because the sort of individual rights is inherent to ourselves. Like when you work with young people or in your social work, isn't it trying to empower the person? Isn't
Yes.
that, is that the solution, is for all of us to deal with one another as humans on an individual basis? Isn't that the solution to a lot of our problems? And to
Yes.
not have this, intrusion of government where we begin to see each other as numbers or, however the government wants to divide us.
Yeah. So the short answer is yes. So I left. I certainly didn't leave my job at managing money at a hedge funds given how lucrative the social work position would be. One of the things that I was actually interested in was challenging some of the orthodoxy of what the field actually thinks and what's most helpful to people. Because I think a lot of times what happens in social work is we indulge, which we need to do to some extent. You need to kind of be very empathetic to where the other person is at, what their current situation is and what's impacting that and how you can be helpful in helping them move forward. But where I think where we can go wrong, Senator Fiorello, or Representative Fiorello, is when we don't recognize that if we overindulge what's wrong and don't work towards empowering that individual or their family and what they can do, what are their strengths that we can utilize to help them move forward, we're doing a disservice to them. So I want to acknowledge that there are huge opportunity gaps in this country. There are wealth gaps in this country. I think wealth gaps have actually reached the point where it's going to foment much more social discord. All of us, I think, agree that the best thing we can do for every child is start to reduce opportunity gaps that we have. That's a common universal theme. The question where we often differ is what we can do to reduce those opportunity gaps. There are a number of things. It shouldn't be under the purview of this exchange to address what those opportunity gaps are. I'd be happy to talk about it, with anyone offline, but I can say pretty strongly that you can't institute something like 1024 or others and create an environment that is worse for some and better for others, and then think of that as good law. Good laws don't start with one group benefiting and another group being damaged in any way. That's just bad law. Figure something out that's better.
I appreciate that, and I certainly strive for everyone to be equal before the law. Nothing is equal. I mean, ultimately, even just looking on the Zoom screen, we're all so different, but we do have inherent value, and we all are born with a mind, which is our greatest natural resource. And if each of us get a chance to really, do the most with our own minds, it's really amazing what can come from the American people individually to benefit us all. But thank you so much, Mr. Bash.
Thanks, Representative Fiorillo.
Representative Veach.
Good morning, everybody. Morning, Mr. Bosch. Thank you for sticking it out. I'm assuming you stuck it out overnight.
Well, you all have much more stamina than I do.
I got a 2.5 hour
It's impressive.
nap.
I got a few hours in. But I'm back at it now.
Ditto. I just want to check with you. You had mentioned a number, and I just only had a half a cup of coffee. 168,000 people left the state of Connecticut over the past 8 years. Is that a number that you had used?
Yeah, so it's actually since 2012, the number is it's actually 163,000 residents. And it's important to note that that's on a net basis, not a gross basis. So on a net basis, we've lost 163,000 residents to other states.
A staggering number. And you attribute it to a lot of what's happening in terms of these types of rules and regulations and mandates that are being pushed through, would you say?
Well, it's a poor policy. It's a poor policy mix that's been in place for decades. A policy mix that in a state where if we're trying to be honest, our comparative advantages in a lot of areas are very few. The high cost of living, high tax burden, unpredictability, and if you're a business, what you're going to be facing year in, year out, much less a resident, that pushes the people away to kind of greener pastures where they don't have to be thinking what's going to come down from our legislature that's going to affect my business or affect my life in a negative way. So naturally, unfortunately, the people that are probably most mobile are the higher income earners. And they've been a disproportionate amount of those people that have left, lessening our tax basis and compromising our ability to address a lot of bipartisan issues that I mentioned, whether it be criminal justice reform or social issues, environmental issues, fiscal issues. It's been to the detriment of us all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bosch. You have a great day. To you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I just want to say we could probably wait for the next 20 minutes and find very little to agree on. But I do appreciate you joining us this morning and lending your point of view and helping us understand how you see these issues and they confront your communities and you. I think when we talk about this issue in the committee, we have an opportunity to maybe understand different points of view that we're unfamiliar with. And you certainly helped educate me to the idea that folks are punished by having a multi-housing unit next door or something like that. It was a new concept to me that people felt like they were being punished if they had to have a multi-unit housing next door to them.
Well, thank you for your time, Representative Lamar. I actually think that if myself and others had the opportunity to talk, and I think this would be true of kind of your colleagues in general, I think 95% of the things we'd actually agree on. I think it's the 5% where we get caught up and we focus on that 5%. And I think the principal impediment of that is sometimes it's kind of a condescending or patronizing air where we're really not able to open up and listen to each other because we presume that we're right. And I think there's opportunities to find middle ground, and I hope we do in the future.
I think that's true, and I think that's true on folks from one side of this issue versus another. And I think maybe we can have that broader conversation. It has been an issue that has been discussed broadly for years in this committee. This isn't a new concept. It didn't just come up out of nowhere over the last couple months. Portions of these bills have been discussed and passed in the House of Representatives for years. You mentioned earlier, maybe we need to offer incentive programs rather than these punishing programs. And I would just highlight that the state actually has gone through numerous mechanisms and offered incentive housing programs to communities, spending millions of dollars to try to incent some of the richest communities in the world to allow for multifamily zoning. And it turned out there was no incentive we could offer them to make them do the work. It just wasn't of interest to them. And a lot of the communities you hear today talking about how proud they are to achieve their 10% affordable housing goal were the same communities that fought against that very goal all along. They're only proud of it now that they've reached it, not because they had some great commitment to the idea, but that means they don't have to continue doing the work. And I think that's where we struggle sometimes seeing this issue similarly is on my side in the experience, it hasn't always been the case that folks wanted to earnestly address this issue. And it has been through state laws that we've found communities not willing to comply. It's right now, there is a requirement for every community in the state. Every single community in the state is required to promote and encourage and plan for multifamily and affordable housing. And guess what? Only a couple dozen of the 169, only about 25 actually allow for as of right multifamily housing anywhere in their town. And so I think that's what we run into is like trying to find that balance where state laws are important, but some communities don't feel like they have an obligation in this ring. And like, I think we're getting to that point.
Well, what I found, Representative Lamar, is that even though I think you're right that some towns have been too slow or not aggressive enough in pursuing affordable housing, part of the issue that they have is that they don't have the infrastructure in place to do it easily. So they focus their attention on other areas that they do have more control over or are less cost prohibitive. And part of the issue is because living in Connecticut, if you're a municipality or a resident, there's so many cost prohibitive things. Well, one thing that legislators can do to find that middle ground is lessen some of the cost burden through these unfunded state mandates to municipalities and towns. That would be a reasonable balance. Move on some of the issues that cause Connecticut to be a very high cost state, including the power of special interest groups.
I think that's good. And I think I just want to direct you to a lot of the economists who actually study the outmigration of Connecticut residents attribute that almost directly to housing costs. And not because they can't find high paying jobs to afford their current housing costs, but because the housing costs themselves are artificially inflated due to the lack of housing construction and overly restrictive zoning constraints. And I think that's, I think there's fertile ground actually between this conversation. I actually follow Senator Huang's lead, even though we oftentimes disagree in this issue. I think there might be fertile ground on this conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective, Representative Lamar. I think the reasons why people leave, if one were to spend a lot of time in Fairfield County, which is where I have the most insight into why people are leaving, they have to do well beyond just housing costs. It's costs in general, it's amount of regulation, it's greater opportunities and greater growth in other states.
Yeah, no, I have anecdotes from my community too about why someone has left, but the economists who are studying this issue almost attribute the most of it to high housing costs as the primary determinant. So it is something for us to continue to research in the rest of the session. And I thank you for your time this morning, and I thank you for your willingness to engage on this issue with many members of this committee. And I'm thankful for the conversation. Frankly, I appreciate it. Oh, Senator Huang, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And very quickly, I just wanted to thank both of you for the exchange. It was encouraging for me. But But I also want to just simply quickly say to Mr. Bosch, Mr. Bosch, thank you for giving your time and effort and believing in the state of Connecticut to make this effort, because you could have very easily picked up and left our great state. So it's a huge compliment to you and my gratitude that you have made the effort, made the commitment, and have your voices be heard. But the way that you've done it is really encouraging for all of us on both sides of this issue to think and how to make solutions, create solutions that are benefit to everybody. And I really just wanted to take a moment to compliment you again for stepping up and giving your voice to make sure it's heard and how we can make it better for people that love this state. And I want to thank the chair for his thoughtful engagement as well. It's appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So
Thank you,
I
Mr. Bosch.
appreciate those sentiments, Senator Wong. It actually should be me that's thanking you, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you again, and have a good day today.
You too.
Kim Healy. There you are,
Hi,
Kim.
can you guys hear me? Yeah, oh, you can't, I can't see myself. Sorry, the Zoom is
We can
interesting.
hear you, Kim.
Okay, great. So hello, everybody. Good morning, chair people, esteemed members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for persevering all evening, and I appreciate this opportunity to testify, even though it's dated yesterday. I am I'm here to voice my opposition to SB 1024, and really most of the zoning regulations that I've heard that would, I am most concerned about the impact of the one size fits all statewide zoning regulations as being proposed. I'm concerned that certain parts of the bills would cause a disastrous ruin of our cities as I see them. Thinking big picture, the real estate market would need to be flooded with housing to bring the house prices down as proposed in 1024. And we've only just begun seeing the market recover from the financial crisis of 2008 due to a global pandemic. I think to push through this bill now would be a huge setback to the small gains that we are making. I'm also concerned about the forced nature of this bill without consideration of the unique needs of the different municipalities of our state. So I didn't know if I was going to get to speak, so I edited my my notes, but I'm just going to list some of my concerns that I have. Some of them are my own observations, but others are information that I gathered over the past year while I ran for state office in the 26th district. And I met with many townspeople and officials. And like it was said in the previous speaker, local control was what both parties ran on. We had signs everywhere, especially in my town of Wilton. So some of my comments, I believe ADUs are welcome, especially down here. We have big lots, we have the space, but from what I hear, they wouldn't be used to provide rental opportunities, but mostly used for housing family members, which I guess is, is still a worthy cause. I believe removing the parking requirements would assume that there are shops within walking distance of the transit stations. In Wilton, we are a small town with minimal services. Walking distance to the train station wouldn't provide you with all the services you need. I believe a car would still be required, and we don't have off-street parking. I met with many different P&Z officials and heard about amazing developments that are in the works. We need to ensure that we have a clear picture of what our towns are actually doing and not assuming they're not doing anything, which is what I keep hearing. And I believe they are working on bringing a range of housing to our area and don't need to be forced by the state. I've attended many of the seminars that were offered by the group who created this bill. I've asked them myself, why not use all this amazing information that they've compiled and data to educate our municipalities? It's, first, and let it sink in and let the people decide and let us voice our opinions and require our planning and zoning boards to make the changes instead of rushing to push through the statewide legislation. I was told actually when I asked that our towns would never change and we would never bring low income housing to our towns. I don't agree with that. I think I've heard over the evening, as I've listened most of all of yesterday until 1 a.m.
Excuse me, you reached your 3-minute mark. If you could summarize.
Oh, okay. Well, then I have some other things that I've mentioned. But basically, you know, I moved to Connecticut in 1994 after I got married. It was where I bought my first house in a city on a tiny lot that was 15 feet from my neighbor. I was born in an apartment. I grew up in a very tight knit community where there was very little space. Again, I bought my first house in space. My husband is an immigrant, born on a farm. So to compromise, we moved to Wilton where we have 2 acres, where my neighbors can't hear my 4 children. We're a noisy family with 2 dogs. So, you know, to just assume that people live in places where there's space for other reasons, I think is just not fair to us. And more than likely, I would like to downsize one of my families to a denser community. When it comes to the zoning, the legislation, I do think that we need to come together and work together to come up with the best solution for our state. I believe in our state. And even though I didn't win my seat, I believe in our representatives. I wish he was here because he did say that he would, you know, work to make sure that we retained our local control. But I'm here to make sure that that you on this committee know that, you know, I'm willing to work with you if you need my opinion. And thank you so much for your service.
I appreciate your testimony and staying with us for so much of the last day. And I appreciate sharing your personal viewpoint and your personal experience here in Connecticut and lending that to the committee. Representative Fiorello.
Good morning, Kim. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Kim. So great to see you. Thank you for testifying. And I just wanted to ask you, you did run for office, and you know this is all about each of us wanting to do the right thing for Connecticut. We had another recent headline of Subway leaving, and we were saying that a lot of these businesses are leaving because of housing costs. Do you have a thought on that?
I'm not sure what the question is. Do I have a thought on who leaving?
Do you have a thought on why all these businesses are leaving? Are they leaving because the housing is so expensive?
Oh, well, I mean, I can't tell you about huge corporations specifically, but I spoke to a lot of small businesses and they talk about the high cost and the burdensome regulations that plague them. I mean, especially during the pandemic. I was a candidate. I had never been in office and I had them contacting me because they you know, they couldn't pay their rent and they had all sorts of issues with not being able to get in touch with their representatives. You know, I think we need to make it easier and we need to work with the businesses that we have. And I think we need to encourage businesses to come here.
Right. So when you spoke to businesses, they didn't tell you that they needed you as a candidate to make housing less expensive? Was that one of the top topics that came up?
They don't. But you know, businesses not so much, but I can tell you from personal experience, I have an 84-year-old neighbor who, you know, wanted to look for housing. She wanted to downsize from her single family house into something closer to town. And what I can tell you from this area, which I would have gotten to in my testimony, is the cost of land, and we don't have any undeveloped properties that a builder could just come in and buy. And the cost of new construction in this area is, and I also wanted to go back to the Westport P&Z because I live right next door. I mean, it is ridiculously expensive. So, you know, new housing is expensive. So, you know, oh my gosh, I've lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
no,
have
it's
not
okay.
had coffee.
And maybe a last
I need
thought.
coffee.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I understand too. And maybe a last thought is, wouldn't it be so wonderful in our state to see our, you know, small to medium-sized cities thriving? Do you have a comment on how much it would be great to see our small cities thriving?
It would be wonderful. I mean, you would love that people would think of Connecticut and think, you know, let's go to Bridgeport for
For pizza
yeah, whatever, yeah, things, and not have to worry about, not that, I'm
Right.
sorry, I don't mean to
And,
say
and
worry.
even these zoning bills in front of us doesn't quite make us feel like that's going to happen, right?
No, this is not going to have that outcome.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone that literally hundreds of thousands of people live in our cities here in Connecticut and enjoy them and thrive in them and think of them as wonderful places. And I think we're all committed to their success. And we shouldn't, I don't think most people are worried about them in the way that it was just insinuated. Senator Huang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we do have remarkable cities in our state. I agree. And Ms. Healy, you have submitted testimony that kind of outlined some of your thoughts and ideas. And I just want to thank you for joining us. And maybe for a point of levity after a long day and night of exchange, I know one thing that you and Representative Lamar will share in similarity is that you will all celebrate St. Patrick's Day that is coming up. Your Irish roots with Chairman Lamar's Irish roots. Maybe that's a similarity. And I'm wearing my green today. So with that tone, I wanted to kind of lighten it up a little bit and thank you as we begin the morning days. So thank you for your time and an early happy St. Patrick's Day to all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony and for joining us here today. And I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thanks.
And with that, I'm going to turn back over to Representative Gopil, Vice Chair of the committee, who will lead us now into the real drive time of the morning. Thank you, Representative Gopil. Hope you got some rest.
I hope you get some rest as well. Thank you very much. Senator Wong, and I see you still have your hand up, Senator. You took it down. Thank you so much. We are now going to move on to Mr. Daniel Shackelford. Yep, I see that we have Mr. John Conti on. So we're going to move on to John Conti and then on to Daniel Shackelford. You can proceed.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay, good. Wow, that came up quick. You were at 170. It's been a long night. Okay, my name is John Conti. My wife and I are lifelong residents of Greenwich, and I'm a landscape architect, and I own a small specialized residential construction company here in Greenwich. I'm also a member of the Greenwich Architectural Review Committee and a member of the Selectmen's Greenscape Committee. I'm also president of the Round Hill Association, which is a local neighborhood group. However, today I speak to you solely in my capacity as a private resident and not for any of the aforementioned groups specifically. I mention them only to underscore my familiarity with the town processes, zoning, and land use issues. Over the years, I've lived in several different neighborhoods throughout Greenwich, growing up in a commercial zone in my parents' house surrounded by apartments and businesses, to the first home my wife and I purchased almost 40 years ago in a multifamily zone, to larger parcels to a larger parcel with a 2-acre zone, and most recently into the 4-acre zone, what we call the back country. I've enjoyed the variety and diversity of each of these neighborhoods and the different amenities each one provides. I believe residents should have the right to help shape each of these special and varied qualities of these neighborhoods without overreaching mandates of state control dictating how they are to be developed. Laws and regulations always need tending, and reform may be required, but I believe those changes should come from the local town's residents and leaders, not from Hartford. By my reading of this dizzying array of bills, all related to zoning reform, I do not believe that 169 towns in Connecticut would be well served by the broad paintbrush that they are written with. Yes, these are important issues, and yes, change may be needed in some places, but I believe town residents would be far better served by letting local planning commissions continue to do this job, perhaps with guidance from Hartford, but not with mandates from Hartford. If these bills are adopted, where will it stop? I fear that it foretells a slippery slope, moving towards more and more state control and a worrisome loss of our town's individual identities. And perhaps most worrisome of all is the proposed loss of the opportunity for residents to participate in the public hearing process on a case-by-case basis. I understand that these bills suggest having a form-based code that is voted on, but I believe the case-by-case basis and the property-by-property review is critical. Towns and residents cannot be expected to vote on a general form-based rule book that then has to be applied across the board, further negating the opportunities for neighbors to review special circumstances that may arise as applications are presented. I believe well-meaning initiatives sought by these bills can and should be shaped, regulated, and managed by local planning and zoning boards and not by a centralized state mandate. I would also like to say anecdotally that I've sat in many land use meetings and I've seen our local officials in various towns act and demonstrate excellence and fair-mindedness in administrating their duties without exception. I've never witnessed bias or unfair treatment of any applicant or resident. In fact,
Excuse me, you've reached your 3-minute mark. If you could summarize.
my experience is just the opposite. The current process allows for the benefits from local expertise and seeks guidance from people with familiarity of the microenvironments on a street-by-street basis. It advocates for transparency. This should not be limited or weakened by these bills. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. We have questions from Senator Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Conti, thank you very much for joining us this morning. I really appreciate the background that you bring to this discussion, particularly on land use and the background that you grew up in Greenwich, that I think it's important to dispel the gilded imagery, because I think in First Selectman's Camillo's earlier statements is the diversity that exists within Greenwich, a wide, vast diversity. That being said, I wanted to get your perspective on what's important from a personal property basis, that you have a social contract as a property owner and buying your home. And that social contract is with the zoning and the town in which you're buying it in, the deed that you get. What do you say to one of our colleagues who said, you have every right to do anything on your property, but you have no right on the person next to you and what they do to theirs?
Well, I mean, I think that speaks to, you know, the real core of how someone chooses where they want to live and what their expectations are for what that neighborhood will be like. They're not just buying, you know, 4 lot lines surrounded by an imaginary space. They're buying into a community that really is very much a part of what is happening with their neighbors and what is happening around the town. You know, I volunteer on town boards because I care so deeply about what I see going on around me. And I've gravitated from the Wetlands Commission to the Architectural Review Commission because I'm one of those people that, you know, as you drive down the street and you see something, you know, some oversized commercial building or you know, even just a tree getting cut down, and it gets me in the gut. And I decided a long time ago that I didn't want to just be somebody that just kind of grumbled to myself in the car, but I wanted to lend my voice to town issues. This process has been amazing, and the engagement with all of you at the state level has really been eye-opening for me, because I've really pretty much been a local guy. But to see that your voice really does matter is super important. And as I said, most worrisome, one of the things is that, you know, some of these regulations and laws would be written in a way that gives as of right development, and that there's just so many individual nuances to every application that to take away the dialogue for that, I think it would be very damaging. And so to answer your question, I think it would be terrifying to have no say as to what happens to neighbors. And I've seen some of the pictures of, you know, giant developments next to little houses from the 50s. And, you know, that does degrade a feeling of quality of life and just a feeling of well-being, I think, for all residents. it's not just about what's on your own plot of land that affects how someone, feels or how someone enjoys their living space. Sorry, Tony, you're muted. I can't hear you.
I had myself on mute, and I appreciate that, and just to hear you talk about the term "has of right" and the reaction that you had, it really is one where, as much people can say that it isn't a state takeover, the "has of right" is a state mandate that says you have to do this, and I think that's important to note. Can we get to a compromise? I certainly hope we can. But I think it's really important that as we continue in this dialogue, that we respect people's personal property rights and obviously the social contract that they have established when they decide to buy a home. So I don't think it's fearful. I think it's very real, and people have a emotional, visceral reaction when it comes to their home and their living dynamics. And I think we have to be very conscious as we look to find solutions that we work together about that.
Agreed.
So thank you very much for being out here today.
Thank you very much for your comments, Senator Wong. We have Representative Dubitsky next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Trying to find you. I can't find your picture. Oh, there you are. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate your time. First off, I'm having a very hard time hearing you. Is there some way you might be able to tweak what you've got so I can hear you a little better?
I'm so sorry. If I put this, is this better if I put it right next to me here?
A little bit. That's all right. I can hear enough. Now, did I hear you correctly that you're from Greenwich?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I've been going through again the desegregate CT cumulative data, what they call their atlas, and I note that Greenwich has 29% of its housing units are multifamily buildings, and that 27% of its population are people of color. That sounds like both of those sound like very high numbers in comparison to most of the towns in Connecticut. Yet, you may have heard Mayor Elicker said that Greenwich is using its zoning regulations to discriminate against people of color in housing. And I was wondering if you would comment about how those two things don't seem to go together.
Well, they don't go together in my mind. And you're right. Greenwich, Greenwich has sort of a world-class reputation, for just being all luxury and glitz. But the fact is, Greenwich is really a very diverse neighborhood, a very diverse town. There's all aspects as I've described. Like I said, I grew up in a commercial zone with apartment buildings and businesses around me, which I just thought was great. And my backyard was trucks and equipment. And over the years, we've strived to move into different neighborhoods from multifamily zone, and now we live surrounded by trees, and I absolutely love that, and I cherish the opportunity to live in a place of my choosing, and to work hard and to try to make those choices. But Greenwich is a very, very diverse town. It never ever occurred to me until I started hearing about this whole desegregate Connecticut thing that zoning had any underlying connection to to segregation or discrimination. I've listened to Sarah Bronin and some of the others talk about that, and it is fascinating. And I don't deny that it's some past in this country's history that that there may have been underlying sort of reasons for that, but in today's day and age, it's just not the case. I just don't see those as connected issues. Socioeconomic issues are very dynamic, very complex, far from beyond my ability to dissect and understand totally. But to me, zoning is about trying to control the way development happens, trying to maintain expectations for property owners, so that if you're striving to live in a sort of a rural area with open spaces, then you buy into that neighborhood, that's what you should expect. If you want to live in a downtown neighborhood with lots of bustle and hustle going on around you, great, that's what you should expect. But to try to just have a state mandate come down and say, you know what, we're gonna just tell you that this is going to go here, and sorry if that surprises you, but it's a state mandate now. And I know that this is happening in a way around transit districts and bus districts, and I think I heard Fred Camillo, our selectman, earlier talking about how we have 4 train stations in town, and one of them is in a business district, but the others are in residential neighborhoods, single family lots around them. And when you think of, okay, a transit district or a train station, you might have images of high-rise buildings and lots of density. But in a state like Connecticut, some of those train stations go through quiet neighborhoods, and so to just all of a sudden think that 4-story multifamily buildings and things are appropriate there, I think is wrong. And that's why I'm not saying that any of these ideas for finding solutions, they're not bad ideas.
You've reached your 5-minute mark. If you could wrap up.
I just advocate for the local voices staying in control of that. The local voices, being able to make these decisions with guidance from the state and from the federal government, but not without a voice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Conti. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. We have Representative Fiorello.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, John. Thank you so much for coming to speak and represent our town. And I wanted to ask you, you are a businessman, you're an employer, and you spoke about predictability and what do you want to see from Connecticut? Because these solutions that we're grasping at is to help our state thrive. Does this, and reading the bills, does this not make you think this will help our state thrive?
Again, state dynamics and state politics has not been focus of my education. I'm a local business guy. The type of business I do is really very local. Residential construction. Most of our work is in Greenwich and nearby. And as far as the state thriving, I know that the population of Greenwich has been hovering around 60,000 for my whole life. So yes, we do need, a lot of my friends have moved away because housing is expensive here. I happen to be in a business, second generation that my father started in this area. So I was very rooted here. But it's true that a lot of young people, can't afford to stay, and that's a sad thing. I'm all for finding solutions, and I even think the ADUs, these accessory dwelling units, is a great way to add affordable housing in place. I know that when I was younger and in college, a lot of my friends would seek out apartments on backcountry estates and things like that. So finding solutions to keep the population thriving, super important, and having an influx of young people is important for the state's economy, and having the ability for, elderly to stay in place and options for them to stay on their properties, perhaps moving into a small apartment and then, renting out the main house. There's all sorts of solutions. Again, local discussions and having a local voice is the key for me. But Kimberly, as far as the state thriving and business thriving, these are issues that I'm afraid I really I've found Connecticut and Greenwich, Fairfield County to be a place where my business has thrived because I'm in the home improvement business, and certainly having high real estate values and people willing to invest in their properties. That has been the success of my business, is that property values and their homes value are the key to what drives my business and my design practice. So anything that could shake the value of real estate, that's a scary thing. It has to be done, handled very carefully. And that's why I appreciate all the brain power that's going into this from these groups, because as someone said earlier, our homes are often our most important and most valuable asset. And if we start tinkering with things that could change land values, that is a very dangerous thing for lots of people's, financial security.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Conte, for pointing out why we get into public service. I do appreciate your involvement in that capacity. We are now going to move on to Mr. Chris Edge from the town of Berlin.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate everybody on the group here being here for hours and hours. My name is Chris Edge. I'm Economic Development Director for the town of Berlin. I truly appreciate the fact that this group has taken on the issue of 6610 for outdoor seating. It seems that it would allow outside seating for restaurants, but I do have a major concern. Line 24 seems to take our municipal say on parking away. It reads, notwithstanding any municipal ordinance establishing minimum requirements for off-street parking. I believe that local control of parking requirements for restaurants are taken away. How do we do things such as keep patrons safe and accommodate adjacent uses that might be in an area of public or private uses on multi-tenant properties? Line 26 is also concerned as it eliminates setback requirements, which may have unintended consequences. In Berlin, as in many communities, restaurants are located near residential. If by chance there's no setback requirement, how can you mandate that residences have their own space and restaurants have their own space? I truly understand the challenges the restaurants have, but I do not want to paint the entire state with one broad brush, as every community and every commercial district are different, both in their nature and how they deal with parking for restaurants and food establishments. I would ask that you consider eliminating the notwithstanding language for parking and include language that would include instead allowing discretion by local administrative site plan review instead. I thank you very much for your time and consideration and for spending all these hours listening to folks like myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we have a question from Representative Veach.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Edge. Thank you for sticking it out with us. I would be remiss in not saying hello to you.
Good morning.
So in terms of Berlin, where do you see this 1024 with the type of restrictions, et cetera, that it's posing?
My biggest concern with 1024 would be the making the local regulations null and void if we don't follow what the state has said. I think that affordable housing is tremendous. I believe the town of Berlin is about 9.3%. So we're very close to the 10%. We just approved an 88 unit project that is awaiting financing that'll hopefully get us to 10% or pretty close. I believe there should still be a local say in it. As of right scares me. I am not an attorney by any means. I'm economic development. I'm not a planner, but looking at that, it's a scary thing that the state will say it's as of right. I know right now working with communities would work a lot better, particularly if you look at a community that's on the cusp as Berlin.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you so very much.
You, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. At this point, I do not see any other questions from the membership.
Very good. Thank you so very much, Chairwoman, for your time.
Thank you. Just to confirm, we are now moving on to Mr. Nathaniel McLaughlin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Good morning. You can go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Nathaniel McLaughlin, and I'm honored to testify in strong support of SB 1024. I speak to you today as a father, a veteran, a member of my town's zoning commission, and a policy fellow for Desegregate CT. I live in the town of Marlborough with my wife, who's an incredibly talented special educator, and our beautiful daughter. We are proud Connecticut residents who want to see our family thrive. As a policy fellow for Desegregate CT, I've had the privilege to work side by side with some of the most dedicated individuals and organizations working to make Connecticut a more just, equitable, and welcoming community. For my part, I was drawn to Desegregate CT based on the incredible energy of the Black Lives Matter movement and my own work with Mayor Elker's office centering on issues of housing and reimagining public safety. And this work has made two things clear to me. One, segregation continues to do incredible damage to the people and communities of Connecticut. And two, that housing is the core of what people need to thrive. At the same time, I live in the town of Marlborough, a picturesque rural town nestled around Lake Terramuggus. Is also predominantly white. Over 94% of Marlborough is zoned for single-family housing. Accessory dwelling units are restricted through special permitting processes. Multifamily housing is only allowed by special permit in less than 2% of the town. And only 2% of Marlborough's 2,100 towns are deemed affordable. In other words, I live in a beautiful town that I think needs to change. To this end, I joined my town zoning commission as an alternate with the aim of making this happen. As a veteran, I believe deeply in the importance of stepping up to serve a community that I love. As a father, I can't help but think about my daughter's future and the community she will grow up in. SB 1024 represents a powerful first step towards making Marlborough more inclusive and welcoming. Eliminating barriers to construction of accessory dwelling units will create a form of naturally affordable housing in my community. Commissioner training will build the knowledge base of the incredible volunteers who step up every month to make difficult and complex decisions about how best to use their land, our land. And a state-driven model code will create a valuable tool that Marlborough can leverage to plan our collective future. It is clear to me that SB 1024 will do much to unwind the deep racial and economic segregation that exists in the state. But it is also clear to me that I want my daughter to grow up in a community that values diversity and equity, a community that strives to provide all its citizens with an abundance and diversity of housing to meet their needs. I owe it to my daughter, and I think we owe it to each other to support SB 1024 as an important step towards desegregating Connecticut. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I'm just checking to see if we have any questions from any of the members. At this point, I do not see any questions. We do appreciate your time this morning. Our next person on the list is Mr. Michael Cullum.
Thank you, Representative Goupil, and as well to the representatives, ranking members, and other distinguished members of the committee. And my condolences to Co-Chair Cassano and his family. My name is Michael Cullum, and I'm calling on you today, yesterday, and tomorrow to support SB 1024. I am the proud son of Laura Keller, who was another person who tried to get into the Zoom meeting, but struggled with the mute button. But I do ask that you read her testimony and reflections as a senior who supports SB 1024 with 66 years of lived experience in Greenwich, Tolland, and West Hartford. I'll also refer you to the testimony of my friends, Hani Shahimi and Carl Reinhardt. Hani is a first-generation American who works in the tourism and hospitality industry in Greenwich and Fairfield, but lives in Stamford because he can't afford housing in either of the towns where he works. Carl is a transportation planner and engineer from New Canaan. In his testimony, he speaks specifically to the benefits that a vehicle's miles traveled system of measuring traffic, as proposed by SB 1024, would give to towns in considering new development and growth. As for me, I grew up playing in the woods in Tolland. After college, I got my first apartment all to myself in Hartford, where I worked as a planner for 5 years. During that time, I had the pleasure of getting to know even more parts of Connecticut. traveling to towns and cities across the state to assist residents and elected officials with a range of land use and transportation projects, including plans of conservation and development. I've been volunteering with Desegregate Connecticut since July, when, unemployed during a pandemic and living with my mom, I found an opportunity to put my privilege and skills as a planner to good use, making the state I love more equitable and inclusive. SB 1024's provisions for Main Streets, transit-oriented development, and accessory dwelling units will make significant positive contributions to towns and cities large and small, and address many of the root causes of economic and racial segregation in Connecticut. SB 1024, to be very clear, focuses on creating a gentle flexibility in town centers and near train and CT fast track stations, consistent with both state and regional policy objectives. These proposals give towns and cities significant discretion in selecting and defining the boundaries of these districts, while creating new ladders of opportunity for a variety of family types in each duplex, triplex, or fourplex as the town allows. Paired with the bill's modeled form-based code provisions, communities will have free and easily accessible resources to implement zoning improvements in a manner that is timely and consistent with their community's architectural context. Living in a diverse and inclusive community with housing options at a range of price points is important to me. I hope to one day have a family. As a gay couple, it's particularly important to my partner and I that a community be a diverse and inclusive place to raise our future children.
Excuse
Couples
me,
like,
just your 3 minutes, if you could summarize.
thank you. Couples like us who are unable to conceive or carry children also have to weigh the high costs of adoption or surrogacy against home ownership. The biases driving many municipal zoning codes seem more concerned with regulating the type of people who get to live there, rather than what gets built. And I wonder whether my partner and I and people like us would make the cut. I ask you to please vote yes on SB 1024. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this point, I do not see any questions from the membership. Thank you. We will be moving on to Mr. Jay Strange. All right. You can go ahead, Mr. Strange.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I've been up all night, and as it happens, my turn came just as I'm preparing my kids for school. So please excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Planning and Development Committee members for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jay Stange. I live in West Hartford, and I'm here today to express my emphatic support for Senate Bill 1024. If we are to truly move forward toward a 21st century economy in Connecticut, our leaders must champion this bill, the related suite of legislation, and similar policies to support the desegregation of housing, education, transportation, and economic opportunity in this state. Our zip codes play too much of a role in determining which opportunities are available to our children. And I welcome all changes, no matter how small, that we can make to change this dynamic. I've provided written testimony supporting the mechanics of this bill, especially provisions to eliminate sprawl and reliance on single occupancy car travel, which chokes our air, creates dangerous roadways, and threatens our climate. But in my verbal testimony today, I want to share a bit of my personal story to clarify why I think this bill is so important to the future of the state. I moved with my wife and 2 school-aged children to West Hartford from Anchorage, Alaska this past August. We drove 5,000 miles across a pandemic-frozen continent in a little black Subaru to be close to my wife's mother and her family. My wife started a great job working in the insurance industry in downtown Hartford. And since my children's grandparents were living in the West End of the city of Hartford, and I have building trade skills, I thought of renovating a beautiful older home in the West End of Hartford or the Parkville area. But we looked around at the school choices and saw quickly that they were not equal. We moved into one unit of a 2-family house in West Hartford that we bought several years ago as an investment. And we did this because we could. We had resources and an income, so my kids were able to attend school in an excellent school district where students attended school in person for most of the year. What about the tens of thousands of our Connecticut children who had to try learning at home this year just because they didn't live in a zip code where schools could take care of them in person? Why is this disparity, felt keenly over a half-mile stretch divided by Prospect Avenue, a good thing for Connecticut? Why must we continue in this particular steady habit? I grew up in Alaska during the oil boom of the 60s and 70s, and public schools were attended by everyone. The city was not as segregated as the cities of the East, and I came from a working class family. But I became friends with a boy whose mom was a teacher and whose dad was a geologist. Both of his parents went to college, and spending time at their home introduced me to a world of books, magazines, conversations, and college ambitions that I would never have known otherwise.
You've reached your 3-minute mark. If you could summarize.
Thank you. Many of my peers in my neighborhood ended up in jail, and I was the first person in my family to attend and graduate from college. Why wouldn't we want this similar opportunity for all our children in Connecticut? Please support this legislation as a positive step toward a better Connecticut, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm just checking to see if I do not see any of the members with any particular questions. Thank you so much for your time. We are going to move on to Mr. Ben Wengard.
Winograd, thank you very much.
Oh, apologies. Thank you for the correction.
No
Go
problem. And thank you very much to the opportunity to address the committee, and certainly send my condolences to Chairman Cassano's family. I'm a member of the West Hartford Town Council, and I strongly support this legislation. I will note it feels great to be following Jay Stange, who's a new neighbor of mine and has already had great input into testimony for our town. He's been doing some great work. I recently led a successful 3-year effort to replace an archaic and frankly embarrassing ADU regulation. It actually carved out an exception for servants with new guidelines very similar to the ones contained in this bill. We brought in experts, studied resources from organizations ranging from the AARP to the conservative Mercator think tank, held multiple committee meetings, took in written and verbal testimony from the public, and eventually passed the change. We have now provided an opportunity for seniors to age in place more easily, for new residents to afford to move to town, and for families to arrange transitional care for those who need more independence than allowed in a typical single-family home. We ended the effective prohibition on these uses for all of our single-family zones, despite a wide range of lot sizes, giving our residents the freedom to improve their homes in this way without undue interference from the government. And they don't need to have servants to exercise these rights. This is not the end of our work in West Hartford. Last month, the town council unanimously approved creation of an affordable housing advisory group, and I look forward to their suggestions. The work of making our community stronger and more diverse must continue. Although in the end, opposition to allowing ADUs was actually very limited, I am well aware of the arguments against any changes to zoning regulations and to the fear of losing local control. As to the first, given what I hope is the universal acknowledgement of the racist and classist roots of much of zoning law, I believe we must review and re-justify zoning regulations to make sure they are still defensible exercises of government power. What concerned the drafters of zoning rules in the 1920s simply doesn't help much in determining what is appropriate today. And in the case of ADUs, I believe their fears are no longer relevant. As to the local control issue, we only need to look at the wide disparities in housing access to know that something needs to change. This bill does not take away local zoning authority. It simply creates a reasonable floor to prevent some of the more egregious exercises of local interference with the interests of homeowners and other property owners. I urge passage of SB 1024, and of course, I'm open to any questions the panel might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this, oh, I see a question from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you. Thank you for coming in. We've heard a lot over the last multiple hours about the legacy of zoning and how it was originally created for nefarious purposes and to exclude people of color. And that based on that legacy, we need to pass these bills. That legacy, do you believe that that legacy is still to this day being used by municipalities to exclude people of color from their towns?
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky, for your question. And I appreciate your endurance tonight. I did hear some of your questions earlier in the evening on that topic. And I have to say I question the framing of it. I hope there's no denial of the roots of those zoning regulations. Am I correct in that assumption?
By me or by anybody?
Well, by you.
There's a legacy of nefarious intent in a lot of laws. Gun control laws, for example, were designed to prevent African Americans from defending themselves against the Ku Klux Klan. Is it your position that because gun control laws have a legacy and a foundation in racism and in preventing African Americans from defending themselves, that all gun control laws should be eliminated?
No, but I believe that acknowledging that history is important. If, for example, you live in a, so let me give an example from my family. My parents moved to West Hartford in the 1960s. They were steered very aggressively toward the Jewish part of town. They chose to resist that pressure and ended up moving to the non-Jewish part of town. They broke their neighborhood. That was not against zoning rules, but it was, the sort of things that was going on those times. At that point, the redlining and the discrimination was probably not on the books anymore, but it still clearly existed as a legacy of restrictive covenants that existed not that long prior. The fact that they were able to buy that home helped create for our entire family generational wealth that still impacts me today. A Black family would have had a far tougher time breaking into that neighborhood, would have had a far harder time creating this type of generational wealth we all think is a good thing, and we still maintain that legacy today. So when you look at a town, so when you look at zoning rules, so for example, let me talk about the ADU one. Again, in 2020, before, frankly, I came up and said, hey, let's change this law a couple of years ago. We did not allow people to have their family in a separate ADU apartment, unless you had a double lot, which again assumes a certain level of wealth. Unless you had for your servants. Now we know who they were talking about when they said, well, your servants can be there, right? So would you, I hope you'd agree that that term servant now is an exception. We can't rent to the person working down the street in somebody else's home or in a restaurant or going to school, but we can rent to our servant. I hope you'd agree that that sort of regulation feels really awkward in 2021, right? And so getting rid of that, I think is a progressive move to make. I think it is necessary, but also I think we can't ignore that history. We can't ignore the fact that in 2020, there was still a law in the books that made this exception for you can have your servant. Now, whether that servant, St. Patrick's Day, at some point that might have been the Irish they were thinking about, but they were probably, depending on when that came in, and I'm sure they were talking about Black people, right? And that was okay in our town, right? which again, in the 1950s and 60s was lily white. It is not anymore. We've made a lot of progress. We still have a long way to go. But sure, you know, but those old rules created segregation, right? I hope we all agree that segregation is a bad thing. We all want to get rid of segregation. Nobody claims now to be a segregationist.
But I don't have a lot of time, so I don't mean to.
But aren't we still maintaining that?
But you're from West Hartford, right?
Yes.
And West Hartford changed that law, changed those zoning regulations without the state compelling you to do so.
Excuse me, the 5 minutes are up.
If I can answer.
My time is up. Thank you.
We're going to move on. Representative Winkler does have a question as well.
Yes. Thank you for your testimony. If, let us say that once upon a time, racism existed in the United States. I personally believe it still does, but a lot of the testimony tonight was that it doesn't happen anymore. So let's just pretend that racism did exist in the United States and it had something to do with some zoning. I'm actually old enough to remember when people used to say openly, we don't want those people in town, okay? So zoning was created or altered in such a way that poor people couldn't afford to live in town, or people with children couldn't afford to live in town, whatever. Okay, so the law is created. Fast forward to today. We don't have to have racists manipulating zoning. To me, it seems like it happened back then, and all they have to do is sit on it now, and they get the same result. Do you think that's plausible?
Thank you, Representative Winkler. I mean, it's not only plausible, I mean, it's self-evident. If I buy a house, if my, and they didn't, but if my parents had bought a house with a restrictive covenant 60 years ago in West Hartford, and we know we had them then, and they moved out 10 years ago and I bought the house from them on a private sale. Now, 60 years later, when all, you know, we think things have changed, I'm still living in the home that was a result of restrictive covenant. Now, you know, to pretend that it doesn't have an impact on the current population, I think is being willfully obtuse. And I have not heard the phrase tonight, you know, colorblind, as a, you know, and somebody saying, well, you know, I don't, but it feels like it. It feels like people are absolutely shocked by this, by the statement that we still are living with the, you know, with even if we don't have active racists anymore, that we're still living with the effects of it. And again, I think it would be helpful, I mean, to speak specifically about Black people in this country. You know, and lots of phrases are being used about, you know, minority populations in various towns. But I mean, the issue in this country has been Black people, and Black people have been excluded from so much of whether it's voting rights or whether it's the ability to buy property and build generational wealth. And to now say, well, you know, we have laws now and therefore we don't have to worry about that stuff anymore. Again, I don't think it reflects our current reality. Of course, there has been, you know, progress, but that doesn't mean that we're anywhere near done. And I think I did hear someone earlier talking about suburban neighborhoods with lots of Black Lives Matter signs up. And, you know, nationally, there's sort of a Twitter feed where people will post a picture of a Black Lives Matter sign on the same lawn as somebody opposing that particular affordable housing project in their neighborhood, right? And, you know, these things are conflicting. Like, if we want to open up and to be a more just society, we need to have more just rules in regards to housing options. That doesn't mean that everything is allowed, but it means that certain things that we know historically have led to segregation patterns, we should resist. And I don't think that should be a very controversial statement. So yes, we have work to do.
It seems that persons of color can sometimes hide what's happening. I noticed that Westport has Greenwich has a small, relatively small compared to the state average Black population. but a relatively large, compared to the state population, Hispanic population. Now, it seems to me that the history of Blacks in this country and the racism against Blacks in this country, and the fact that they can't hide their skin, as we were told earlier, it all indicates to me that Blacks have been the most severely discriminated against in this country. And maybe we should be looking at Blacks as opposed to people of color to judge how well a town is doing with integration. What would you say to that?
I think it is a well-known, and I hope universal history of America of groups gaining whiteness as right. I mean, Jews were not considered, and Irish were not considered white, or Italians, right? You sort of earn that designation of whiteness. Obviously, we all know race is a social construct, but in fact, it does change over time as to who is acceptable. And again, we don't have active discrimination against the Irish or Italians, or Jews are, anti-Semitism sort of lasts forever, but it's certainly a different way than racism. And clearly, Blacks in America are the one group that never crosses that threshold. And so, and again, for lots of historic reasons. So I do agree that is what we need to focus on.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have hit the 5-minute mark. We will be moving on unless we have any other questions, which I do not see any from any of our members. And I will be returning the chairmanship back to our illustrious chair, Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your help and the help of all those who have been pitching in. So just a couple, before we continue, just a couple of announcements for folks. And again, my thanks. I cannot say thank you enough to all those who have been here with us on the hearing, fellow committee members, leaders, clerks. I'll be thanking you again shortly. Probably most of you know that the House is going into session today at 12:30. Because of the distance that some of us need to be traveling, I believe some are, please, if you're driving, you don't need to be on camera. I will remind everyone of that. And please just listen in and refrain from interacting. But for those who are especially needing to drive from farther distances, it means we will need to be ending the public hearing at 10 this morning in order to allow for that travel time and in-person voting by House members. I know that we are unlikely to reach all those in the list today. And so just for members, the more folks were able to get through this morning, the better. We're going to continue to go forward. We have one clerk this morning who's been juggling a lot for us. So we're going to need to continue to move forward on the list. And with that, Senator Wong, do you want to make a remark?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the clarification. And if I may, it seems like we're bouncing through a lot of numbers, and with the unusual timing of it all, I would like to ask if our clerks could be more sensitive that there are people with much lower numbers that are waiting to be heard that have been passed over. And perhaps for those people that are in the attendee area that may not have their number in front so we can delineate, please do so. But if I could ask the chair and the clerks to recognize that there are people with lower numbers that have been passed over, to recognize them, to follow the process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Senator Wong, we were trying to go forward with the folks who had been in the queue and in the attendee room at the time that the clerk is trying to do the list. So we're doing the best that we can with that. There were a number of people, there still are a number of people going forward. So that was the hope. And yes, there are, with the morning, there are a lot of folks who were missed during the night. So just trying to do our best with that. With Madam Clerk, if you could help me with where we are.
Yes, right now we are at 227. And then that'll be followed by 229 and 230.
And
Go ahead, Senator Wong.
I think that's the point, right? If we're going to continue on, what do we do with those people that had 135 and others that were on the number if we're truly doing the lottery system? Or are we just kind of arbitrarily saying who's on the who's going to be chosen? So I want to question that as a procedural question.
Okay, and that's a fair point. We've been trying to juggle. I think we're all a little sleep deprived and trying to make the best of it. And as people come into the waiting room, and this is the hard part about not being able to be in person, as people have come into the waiting room trying to determine, some folks have come back in who have already spoken, and we don't have a shared list with that because our original clerk is not on. So we will do the best that we can with that.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, I'm watching the waiting room, Mr. Scott Dolick at 59 and Mr. John Landau at 79. They're being bypassed by somebody of a higher number. And I just wanted to point that out, that as you go into the attendee room, you could see the order of the people on the lottery. And I just wanted to acknowledge that, because the arbitrariness of going to the significantly higher and bypassing these people, it could raise some ire. So through you, Madam Chair, I just wanted to point that out and be on the record in citing that. Thank you.
Yep, I appreciate that, and I will try and work with the clerk as our next folks have come. I know a few other people have come and gone, so we'll try and do the best we can with that. I believe it's possible that our full clerk is available to help with this as well. So for now, why don't we go back to Miss Aria Harris? Please proceed.
Thank you. To Chairwoman McCarthy Vahey, Vice Chair members, ranking members, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for taking the time to consider my testimony and that of others on this crucial bill. And please allow me to offer my condolences to Chairman Cassano. My name is Aria Harris. I'm a college student, and I'm speaking in strong support of SB 1024 because zoning reform will positively impact my community and our state. Zoning laws affect nearly every aspect of public life. Restrictive zoning hinders economic growth and contributes to environmental degradation. But while the environmental and economic incentives are reason enough to adopt statewide reforms, the fact that restrictive zoning laws impede the equity of our neighborhoods makes passing SB 1024 a moral imperative. There has been a lot of debate throughout this hearing about whether our state has a problem with historic racial injustice. I would like to share some data to illuminate this issue. Today, 76% of white heads of household own their homes, compared to 39% of Black and 33% of Latino heads of household. It is 3 times more expensive to live in a zip code with a high achieving school district than with a low achieving school district in Connecticut. One might argue this to be, then, a problem of class rather than race. I would respond that, first, discrimination by way of class is no less excusable than by race, and second, because of decades of racist housing policy that denied Black and Hispanic people of generational wealth, the problems of race and class are inseparable. This is why 8 out of 10 Connecticut towns with the highest rated school performance are less than 2% Black. 9 out of 10 towns with the highest rated performance are less than 7% Hispanic or Latino. For reference, Connecticut at large is 12.2% Black and 16.9% Latino. This discrepancy is unacceptable. Discrimination by income achieves the same results as discrimination by race. Finally, in Southern Connecticut, life expectancy of those living in Bridgeport, a historically Black community, is 19 years less than Westport, a predominantly white and exclusively zoned town. Zoning laws left over from a time of racial exclusion have a real impact on the lives and opportunities of citizens today. We have a moral responsibility to work towards an equitable and inclusive future for all. SB 1024 is a crucial step in this process. Thank you for considering my testimony, and I ask that you join me in supporting SB 1024 to build a more equitable future for all in Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harris, for your testimony. I appreciate your patience as we're trying to juggle a lot of moving parts as people are waking back up and coming back in the Zoom. So trying to figure this out. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I heard something perhaps incorrectly. It sounded like your figures for home ownership were higher for Blacks than Hispanics. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. It was 39% to 33%. So a small, small.
All right. The numbers I have are, well, never mind. Thank you. I appreciate you confirming that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Ms. Harris, thank you very much for being with us today. Okay, Madam Clerk or Mr. Clerk? I'm not actually sure who is with us right now.
I am back.
Well, welcome back, Camilo.
We're both here. We've got you.
Thank you. Okay, if you can direct me as to who's next, that'd be great.
So on our list from earlier, we have Maureen Nicholson. Did she speak as number 14?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Richard Ives?
Yeah, he did.
Erica and Camilo, what I'm going to do in the interest of time, and you can see, Senator Wong, this is why we're struggling a little bit, so you all can see that. Trying to be as efficient as possible. I'm going to go to number 229, Carolyn Sloat, while the two of you work together to figure that out for me, please.
Got it. Eric, I'll just add them.
Ms. Sloat, are you here in the Zoom? If you could turn your camera on to join us.
I think my, excuse me, I think my computer's as sleepy as I am. Good morning.
We can hear you. Do you have a camera that you're able to turn on?
I thought I did. Let me try again.
Wonderful. There you are. Oh, you were there. We had you on camera.
I know.
Oh, there you are again. Wonderful.
Every time I move, it's a matter of moving my screen and getting my testimony in view at the same time.
There you go. Well, please proceed, Ms. Sloat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for calling on me. Chairwoman McCarthy-Vey, Vice Chairman, ranking members, and members of the committee. Good morning. I'm Caroline Sloat, resident of Thompson. I speak in support of SB 1024. I'm motivated to do so because each time that I approach a town official in my area to discuss possible legislation related to zoning, it's kind of an uphill task.
I'm not sure if you can hear me, but you are very much broken up. I don't know if there's a way, there's something that you're touching, but we are not able to understand your testimony as you are talking. You want to try one more time?
Let me try one more time and see if you can hear me. I'm Caroline Sloat, a resident of Thompson, and I speak in support of SB 104. I think that some of the people who really were opposed to the issue when I talked about the text, but I do believe that they are.
Ms. Sloat, I'm sorry. I think the technical difficulties are going to be too much right now.
I will withdraw. My testimony is on file and you can find it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. This is the difficulty of the Zoom world. We're so grateful for you to be with us, and we will be sure to review your online testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for a point of clarification, if I may ask through you that the attendees that have already testified that are waiting to please exit the Zoom. They can follow us on CTN or through YouTube. I think that's another factor in causing the confusion for those that have already testified that are still in our Zoom attendee area, perhaps. So just a note of clarification to help the process along. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Wong. Next on our list is Scott Dolch. Please proceed, Mr. Dolch.
Good morning, everybody.
Apologize, I think I missed my slot late at night. I know some of you guys with 3 young kids, so I appreciate you guys allowing me to come back on and testify in support today of House Bill 6110. My name is Scott Dolce. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. On behalf of Connecticut's 8,500 restaurants and food service locations in Connecticut's 160,000 food service employees, the Connecticut Restaurant Association appreciates the opportunity to be here today in support of House Bill 6110, an act concerning the provision of outdoor food and beverage service by restaurants. This legislation will provide our restaurants the opportunity to further expand outdoor dining options through at least the end of the year. A timely and critically important measure as our industry and its many small local businesses continue to struggle through the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the past 12 months, Connecticut's local restaurant industry has watched more than 600 restaurants close. Even those that have managed to stay afloat, they have faced the incredible challenges as they have adjusted to new limits on their businesses. While these changes have been incredibly difficult, our members have risen to the challenge and working extremely hard to find new ways to operate while keeping their customers and their employees safe and helping Connecticut to be a national leader in fighting COVID. Now we ask this committee and all members of the state legislature to pass HB 6110 prior to the governor's emergency powers expiring on April 20th. Today, because this is my testimony yesterday. Today actually marks our 1 year to the day that restaurants were asked to close in the state of Connecticut. No one knew their future or how long this pandemic would last. And unfortunately, it took more than 2 months for outdoor dining to reopen in our state. While those 2 months were some of the darkest days ever faced by our industry, there was still a silver lining as our association was able to work with the governor's administration to implement Executive Order 7MM, which afforded a majority of restaurants the option to use outdoor space for dining. Over the summer and early fall of 2020, cities and towns across the state worked with their local restaurants to offer unique dining options in parking lots, sidewalks, roads, grassy areas, and more. We would like to see this continue in 2021, so our restaurants and towns can plan beyond April 20th. Our industry will have a long road towards recovery, and even though indoor capacity limitations are set to expire on Friday, restaurants will still be limited by the set social distancing requirements. We ask that this committee look to extend Executive Order 7MM beyond April 20th so restaurants can gain back their capacity and offer their guests with unique outdoor options that will not only benefit the businesses, but the cities and towns as well. Thank you all for the time this morning and allowing me to come back on here and testify.
Thank you so much. And you and I will talk more offline. I'm going to keep it moving quickly and get right to questions. Representative Winkler, followed by Senator Champagne.
Yes, we've had 2 people tell us that this was an opt-in program on the part of the towns. And we had 1 person tell us that it was mandatory upon the towns. What's your reading?
Morning, Representative Winkler. Our reading is it still has to be town approved. Even when we had the executive order in May, the town still had to work. You had to work with the fire marshal, you had to work with your zoning and everything else in your towns of what you were doing. You couldn't just all of a sudden take a parking space and put out tables. And I think that'll be the same if this is done. I just think it expedites the process and allows the restaurants to know that they can start that process with their town and not, I think even like the town of Greenwich, which was, I think they might've sent an email last week saying April 20th, you have to close it all up. So my assumption is the towns still have to be a part of the approval process.
So the words matter of right in the bill as it stands before us, you'd be willing to let us change that so the towns had a say in the matter.
Yeah, I think I know Commissioner Lehman testified yesterday and others. I think, as I'll talk to Representative Vahey as well, I think, my goal would be to look at the executive order, the way that language is written, where I feel like the towns know what that means and trying to just find a way to extend that as opposed to all the language that is in this current bill. But I'm open to that discussion. I know you guys trying to get this out of committee and also possibly on the floor before the 20th. I'm happy to talk to you guys offline as much as you need, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Winkler, and Scott, thank you very much. We will be talking. And with that, I'm going to keep us moving. Have a great day. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Next on our list, and Camilla, please correct me if I'm wrong. I see Christine Petit.
That's who I believe so.
Ms. Petit, please tell me if, oh, there you are.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I went to bed last night, committee members. I just finished my breakfast. Thank you. I'm speaking as a planning and zoning commissioner in a rural district. And before I kind of read my testimony to you, I would like to say that I would like to ask my Senator Dan Champagne and my down the country mile road Representative Dubitsky, have you been listening to your senior citizens when you say, what is the need out there? For heaven's sakes, I'm 79, healthy, retired from a good job. I qualify for affordable housing, income maxed affordable housing. I've been for 5 years talking up affordable senior housing in our town. We have 80 units of HUD subsidized low income housing. Zip, nothing affordable for moderate income seniors like me, $54,000 retirement and pension income, house worth $225,000. And our senior housing study committee commissioned a budget. It would cost $330,000 to build a small 1-bedroom unit in a multi-unit complex with the new building cost and all of that. So I'm here to tell you that that zoning restrictions requiring most of our land to be single family on at least 2-acre lots have the unintended consequence of cutting off affordable housing to seniors. Yes, we are talking about rental housing. I'm 79. I want to sell my house, stop mowing and shoveling, and move into a nice rental complex community. I don't want to move into the converted apartment, 3-story apartment building down on Main Street, converted from a fancy old mill home. I want to move into a community where there are people around me who will know if I take my paper in, where I have ready availability to the van transport. I mean, we're rural. You're not talking a whole lot of walkability here. So zoning regulations, which I have been a proud member of our Plan of Conservation and Development Committee. 10 years ago in 2010, we concentrated on open space. 2020, currently passed Plan of Conservation and Development, concentrates on housing. We're already looking to upgrade our zoning regulations to allow multi-unit housing. Aha, that isn't actually going to cost anything. What is going to cost something? For multi-unit housing, you need sewer and water connections. Our lake area has been sewered. The lake area
Your 3 minutes are up. If you could summarize, please.
The lake area residential zone prevents multi-unit housing, and we're looking at that. I would be happy to take questions from committee members.
Thank you very much, Ms. Petit. And I see your good senator, Senator Champagne, has his hand raised. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. And Ms. Pate, what town do you live in?
I live in Coventry, Mr. Champagne, Senator Champagne.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, and see, that's part of the biggest problem with our rural towns is the sewer and the water. And I understand that what you were saying, that they wanted to move some affordable housing near the lake where the sewer is. Is that what you were saying?
That approximately. I can be more specific, but finish your question and then give me an opportunity to answer it.
Oh, well, that was one of my questions. But the point is that you know, we have the problem in our rural counties with the sewers and other issues. And like you said, $330,000 to build one unit in a development. I think what this bill is aiming at here is redoing a lot of our zoning. But as a town, the towns are available to change the zoning as well. And in West Hartford, we just had a gentleman on who said that they changed the zoning there. So what is happening to change zoning within Coventry?
Well, it will come up for discussion. Our Senior Housing Alternatives Advisory Committee, a Republican majority town council appointed committee a year and a half ago. That's what I'm working on. We commissioned a survey. Somebody repeatedly, people have asking, what's the need? I can tell you what the need is. We sent a mail-in survey to every one of the 1,500 households in our town that have a resident over 65. 1/3 of them responded. And if you know survey research, that's an incredible response rate. By huge proportions, they want and need a place to go. Lots of the younger old said, I never bothered to think about this. I don't need to think about this. I'm still working, but thank you for thinking about it. So the older old, many of them said, I don't want to live in my house anymore because it's too big for me. I want to be able to sell my house, which would then we have hundreds of small houses around Connecticut, as the rest of us, especially if you live around in a rural town with a lake. You got lots of small beach cottages. If I can't sell my house for enough to move into the upscale senior over 55 housing complexes we have. But if I could sell my house because I had an affordable place to move to, then a young family, a working couple, could move into my house. So you have instant affordable housing available to large numbers of young people. I'm a demographer too. Nearly 1 in 5 Coventry residents is over 65. Rural communities all over, younger folks are leaving because they don't have job opportunities.
That's exactly right.
But what is left behind is older folks who want to stay and they don't have a place to move to. We have a member who for years has been surveying the availability or lack thereof of moderately affordable public housing, not public housing, moderately affordable senior housing. There are a few places around us, Willington, Mansfield, that have such places. They have waiting lists of a year, 2 years. I couldn't get in even if I wanted to now.
Right. All right. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to run out of time and we're trying to get through a lot of people. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to recess this meeting instead of cutting everybody off. But thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Pate or Pate. I hope, sorry I'm saying
Pate, that's fine.
For joining
Any way
us.
you pronounce it, I'm on. No,
Okay,
I'm off.
thank you. Mr. Clerk, I believe next is number 113, Salim Firth.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, but can you see it? Oh, you got your camera
There
on.
you go.
Perfect.
There you go.
Apologies.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for staying up through the night, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Salim Firth, and I study land use regulation and housing markets as co-director of the Urbanity Project at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. As a New England native, I am keenly aware that our towns have been vital institutions for centuries. My hometown elected its own leaders and exerted police powers for a century before the revolution gave it the right to elect its own governor. Notwithstanding these traditions, these local powers have never been boundless and have long been contested and restrained. In my written testimony, I show how the 3 principal arguments in favor of preemption connect to specific provisions of SB 1024. The first and most important of these arguments is to protect property rights. As with the restriction of any other civil right, when a town wants to restrict the normal use and enjoyment of property, the town ought to bear the burden of proof. In SB 1024, the deregulations of parking requirements and accessory dwelling unit rules are clear examples of state preemptions that expand property rights on a broad basis. Unless municipal officials can make a compelling substantive case that these regulations are needed, the state has good reason to remove them from the local regulators toolkit. There's no overarching argument which should lead legislators to always preempt or never preempt. Rather, each topic and each bill is substantive and must be debated on its merits. The authors of SB 1024 clearly desire to reduce segregation in Connecticut. In my own research, I've found that areas where middle and multifamily housing are allowed have larger non-white population shares. Although this is based only on a static snapshot, and you can read more about it in the written testimony, it is consistent with the consensus view that zoning achieves racial segregation by banning attainable housing types. Finally, I included a technical appendix in my written testimony, which identifies a number of clauses which, in my view, are ambiguous or leave room for improvement. So please do look at the written testimony. There's a lot of just technical language there. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions either here in person or given the time constraint by email or in a private briefing.
Mr. Firth, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that offer for folks to reach out to you after the hearing. Seeing no questions from members of the committee, thank you for being with us today. And we're going to go on to Faith Ham. Ms. Ham, are you here in the Zoom?
Good morning, I'm here. Thank you so much. I'll be as quick as possible because I know there are a lot waiting behind me. Dear members of the Housing or the House Planning and Development Committee, my name is Faith Ham and I live in Cheshire. And I thank you for allowing me to appear before you this morning. I ask that you vote no against SB 1024 and its related bills. I must say, I find it ironic that you all have listened for nearly 24 hours to public comment, a lot of public testimony about legislation that's going to curb, if not eliminate, all public testimony from local zoning. But anyway, I am a Connecticut native who grew up in one of the smallest towns in the state. I attended local schools, have always been active in my church. My family has worked this land since before we were a nation. I'm not an expert on zoning or housing, I'm simply a resident. As such, I reject in the most unequivocal terms the premise of this bill. I've been following the debate that has led to these bills with utter dismay. Ladies and gentlemen of this panel, we are not a state that intentionally discriminates, segregates, or is in any way racist as some have implied or outright claimed. I'm appalled that outsiders can swoop in and attempt to impose upon us policies that have been tried and have failed in Manhattan or Texas or Alaska or anywhere else and then point an accusatory finger at us. One of the most frustrating aspects of these bills is the ignorance on the part of the authors to take into account the reasons why many of these zoning regulations were put in place to begin with. As I said, I grew up in rural Connecticut. As a child, a septic tank was a luxury. Our water came from a well. I assure you the 2-acre minimum in my area was not to protect against affordable housing. It was to accommodate the novel device known as a septic tank. To this day, we joke about our city mouse cousins who have no clue about household waste disposal and think God created sewer lines on the 8th day. Water, do the bill's proponents understand that wells still provide water to most of those single family houses that they find so anathema? Who, ladies and gentlemen, will pay for these infrastructure improvements in your utopia? And yet this legislation, a gilded gift to out-of-state builders, calls for as-of-right housing. Let's first dispense with the notion that this will be affordable. Unless you intend to next impose price controls, which given the current trends may be in the offing, this will be market value housing. And right now, another committee has pegged that at $430,000 per dwelling, hardly affordable. Advocates of market rate multifamily development say these laws will come at no cost to the state. Wrong. Affected towns that have to deal with exponential market value development will see unprecedented infrastructure demands and costs. These infrastructure costs do not increase in a straight line, but instead step up. Not only do these multifamily dwellings strain the systems put in place just to serve the dwellings.
Excuse me, you've reached your 3 minutes of testimony. If you could summarize.
All right. None of us opposed to these bills wants to live in a feudal state cordoned off from the outside world. We want vibrant towns that attract, not force people into them. If you truly want affordable housing, review and cut unnecessary building code regulations that inflate construction costs. On a macro level, the best way to achieve the growth and vitality is to restore Connecticut as an industrial mecca that fostered ingenuity, creativity, and dare I say it, wealth. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ham. Senator Wong, followed by Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Ms. Ham, for being with us today. And I sent your motion as you talked about it and talking about the land that your multi-generations have grown up in. And I think that's the difference that we're hearing in some aspects of the debate. The advocates have very legitimate points of views that they're offering, but it seems to be a clinical and an analytical analysis. What I just heard from you is true emotions, has a personal property, has land that you have grown up in and connected to. And that's some of the dynamics that I think we want to incorporate as we kind of move forward on this, to accommodate and respect the emotion and the attachment and the feeling of overrun powerlessness of bigger government. So I want to acknowledge you. I want to acknowledge your emotion. And most important of all, I want to thank you for offering your testimony in person, in an authentic connection with our committee members. But I will also eagerly read your testimony as well. That is one of the biggest contrasts that was articulated, is the fact. I'll stop right there. And I want to thank you for your time. And you reflect so many of the emotions that many other people have articulated. So thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. And I will just say that we want vibrant communities. We all do. I've lived overseas for 7 years. I lived in dynamic and wonderful, diverse communities. And no one is saying no, but feelings can do nothing against hard reality and hard facts. And we are an old state with old infrastructure that needs to be upgraded, and we haven't done it. And therein lies perhaps the problem. But this is not intentional discrimination, and I resent being told that this is what we're practicing. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky, to be followed by Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ham, for coming in. You had mentioned that that the history of zoning in this area isn't necessarily what it's been portrayed. Now, I know that that over the course of many hours, people have been saying over and over that zoning has a racist legacy. But I note that in many towns, especially in many of the towns in the eastern part of the state, zoning was not enacted until long after all the horrific redlining and things like that had long been abolished. Can you give us a little indication of the reason why zoning was put in place in many of these places after the redlining and the discriminatory practices were banned?
Representative Dubitsky, I would love to. I confess my ignorance. I don't know zoning history. I know in my little town, as I said, I grew up, my childhood was in the early to mid 60s. It was incredibly rural. We did not have a septic tank. So you let your imagination run wild. But I will say that those systems do require minimal acreage. So in our case, it was a 2-acre minimum. The putting in of those systems was probably one of the best pollution control devices ever put into the state. But for me I'm not even going to pretend that I understand what happened. I was a kid when these laws started to come in, so I can't speak to it. And there are better more expert people than I who could answer that question.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. I did just want to make that point, though, that in many towns, especially in Eastern Connecticut, these laws, these zoning regulations were not imposed until long after the redlining had finished. Now, I know that you are a free market type person. How does tell me from a free market perspective what the best way would be to increase housing opportunities without the state government coming in with the big hammer?
Well, I believe in the the fertility of the human mind, and to have a group of bureaucrats telling us that we need to do it a certain way is not unleashing that. And I do believe too that it isn't just one type of mind. We do need to sit around the table and come up with solutions, private sector solutions, and I do believe they're out there. I also happen to think that, you know, I've done a lot of volunteer work tutoring in New Haven. These kids come from the promises, and that's what I'm going to call them, the promises that were made 20 years ago, where, I'm sorry, these neighborhoods are failing. This was the result of central planning in many of these places, and these kids are consigned to developments that would make you weep. So, you know, the solutions are multiple and many, but we do see examples around us in Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, of what happens when you give planning decisions and these utopian ideals to commissions who then impose their own ideas on what life should be. So again, I'm probably giving you an evasive answer because I'm not a housing expert. I just know what I see. I know what I've grown up with.
Well, I guess you don't have to be a housing expert to know that you would not want regulations that limit or prohibit public hearing testimony, things like that.
And as I said, I do find it highly ironic that we're now on number 200 and something of public testimony, and yet because you want the input, and yet you're saying the input is unnecessary in zoning. There's something very, very wrong with that. Line of reasoning.
The 5 minutes are up.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Ham, and thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Representative Davitsky. Representative Delnicki.
Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ham. I live on a home that has a septic tank and has a well. And prior to the well, we got the water from a spring back in the woods. And it's the ancestral family farm, multi-generational. And that's a reality. And in my community, we still have areas that even though we, in the 60s, put in water pollution control sewer system, we still have areas that don't have sewers. And that's a reality, especially in most of the suburbs. You don't necessarily have complete sewer systems covering every single street. Coventry is a great example. We have a bill that came before us on putting sewers in. So you raise very valid points, and you point out, and correct me if I'm wrong, that one size fits all means that not all will have a fit, right?
Right.
Well, again, I thank you for coming forward with your testimony. I think it was well-founded. I think you hit on key points, and pointing out the fact that even in subdivisions in my community, we can have a public hearing. And just how important the tradition of the public hearing, i.e. the town meeting, is to New England. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you
Thank you,
all, you
Madam
guys,
Chair.
for what you're doing on this, on both sides. This is Herculean, and I just do appreciate the opportunity. So thank you.
You, Representative Zelnicki, Representative Veach.
You, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Ham. I just wanted to applaud you for coming out again, staying with us. A lot of what you said really hit home with me in particular. I, like Rep. Zelnicki, have an old farm here, and you know, the outhouses are still out behind the barn. Okay, there was no running water here years ago. Really important to keep the integrity of some of these properties because it is part of our culture, part of who we are as Connecticut residents. And I think that you bring out a lot of valid points in terms of, you know, no sewers, no water, the infrastructure alone. We have problems keeping up with what we have, let alone additional, you know, roads and bridges, etc. So I wanted to just say hurrah for what you've come out and said today. And I appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you.
You have a wonderful day.
You too. Get some
Thank
sleep.
you. 3 hours is not going to cut it today.
No.
Thank you, Representative Veach. And thank you, Ms. Ham. I think, Ms. Ham, I really do. I appreciate the emotion and passion that you have. And I think that there's equal passion and emotion on the other side of the issue in terms of the feelings that people have. But I think what we all share together is that we want to create an inclusive and diverse and welcoming community. And we want to make sure that we do take care of our most vulnerable residents. So I thank you so much for your time here with us today and hope that you have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you too.
Mr. Clerk, can you help me with the next on our list? Where are we?
It's Amelia Dana.
Ms. Dana, please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, chairs and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here today in support of SB 1024. My name is Amelia Dana. I live in New Haven, and I'll try to keep this short because I know you've been up all night, but you should be able to find my full written statement online. Okay. I grew up in the suburbs of Massachusetts, in the kind of town where driving was just a necessity. Any place you wanted to go, you had to drive. So as a teenager, I house sat a lot, and one house in particular I loved. It was in a town similar to my own, if not nicer, if I'm being honest. You think like really cute, quaint New England village with the old colonials and stone church. But the house was close enough to the town center that you could walk to a lot of places. I thought that was absolute heaven. In the mornings, I'd walk down to the local French bakery in the center of town and get a croissant. I'd come back and take the dog for to the beach. Some days I'd walk down to the nearby train station and go into Boston. The mobility, the ability to be outside and move, the sense of community with everything so close. I just thought this was like absolute luxury. So I am here today in enthusiastic support for zoning reform, in part because the walkability this bill encourages would make our communities happier and healthier. But amazingly, the joy of living in a walkable community, I think, is small potatoes in comparison to the many benefits of zoning reform. I won't enumerate every bill. We don't have the time, and I know there are people that you've already heard from and probably will continue to hear from who know better than I. But the top line is clear. If you believe Black Lives Matter, if you care about equality of opportunity, if you want to avoid the worst effects of climate change, the reforms contained in this bill are no-brainers. More than that, I think the more of us that are able to succeed, the better off we all are. We can keep everything that makes Connecticut a great place to live and just open it up to even more people, and in the process, enrich all of our communities, businesses, and lives. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dana. Representative Tupitzky.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in. you baffled me a little bit with your statement that this is going to somehow prevent climate change. Care to explain how that's going to happen?
Sure. And I guess I would emphasize that I'm not an expert, and I think you can find probably much more helpful resources than me on the Desegregate Connecticut website, for instance, and from a variety of people who I think have already spoken here today. But, you know, by no means do I think that this bill will stop climate change. I mean, for one thing, that's impossible, but also this is just one small step in that direction. It's certainly not even close to going the full distance that we need. But I do think it's a clear step in the right direction. Things like reducing car dependence, or at least allowing people who don't want to have a car, not to have a car, being able to walk instead of drive, things like that. And then allowing for smaller houses and things. I mean, it's kind of it's not a very sexy way of addressing climate change, but to the extent that we can reduce the resources that we have to use in our sort of everyday housing, that goes a long way.
Okay, I represent the town of Scotland, which has 1,700 people in it. It has in its town center a liquor store, a post office, a tailor shop, and a car repair. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, there's no grocery store, there's no bank, there's no services, there's no sidewalks. Can you point me to any portion of this bill 1024 that would make that a walkable town?
Well, I guess I would say that I don't believe that this bill is necessarily going to make every town in Connecticut a walkable town. I think what's more important is that the towns that sort of are currently set up to do that, that they can become walkable towns. But I guess what I would also say is that I think this has the potential to encourage more development in a central area. For instance, like if people can walk to the center of town, then maybe someone does want to open an ice cream shop or something like that.
Okay, but they can do that now. They don't need the state to force them to do it.
Oh, I don't think anyone's forcing anyone. My point is merely that if people can walk to the center of town, that might open up a client base that wasn't there before, or interest that wasn't there before.
Okay, if the purpose of this bill is not to have the state force the towns to do things that they're not already doing, then what's the purpose?
Again, I'm just here sort of as a, I think I'm a good window into the sort of the feelings of especially young people behind this bill. I think if you want to debate the you know, exact methods and efficacy of this, you probably have people better situated to discuss that with than me.
Okay, well, I guess that's what I'm afraid of. All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. And Ms. Dana, oh, I see you have another question from Representative Hennessy. Good morning, Representative.
Hi, good morning. I'd just like to thank you for coming out and testifying. I think that you kind of represent the demographic that is so missing in our state. And the reason why your demographic is missing in the state is part of the reason why we're having this debate and this bill before us. So thank you for caring, and thank you for being here. Thank you.
Yes, I agree, and thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hennessy. Senator Anwar.
Madam Chair, thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for being here. I just wanted to echo what Representative Hennessy has said, and I apologize for some of the legislators not being polite. You're being amazing to wait all night long, and just don't judge us based on action of a few. We are caring. We are here for the community. We are here for all demographics, and I want you to know that the fact that you've been up all night and have been here to speak on behalf of the people who need a voice is very important. And again, I apologize because some people may not necessarily be as polite as they ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Zullo, followed by Rep. Michelle.
Madam Chair, good morning. And with all due respect and deference to my Senate colleague, I would just like to allude to the fact that just because a questioner or a legislator is critical or has a different opinion does not mean that that person is not polite. I'll add to the fact that the line of questioning is probably influenced with all of us at this point, now that we have essentially been up 24 hours. But again, I think it's important to recognize that a difference of opinion is not impoliteness, and a line of questioning that seeks to expose potential issues with a bill and which seeks to root out those issues to make them better is not impolite. I know we're all here for the best of intentions. And again, I truly respect the good-heartedness of my colleague. And I think we're all trying to exhibit that this morning as we continue this dialogue. And I appreciate the time to provide that input.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. And as I said to you earlier in the evening, I appreciate you. I appreciate all of my colleagues. We certainly have had a long 24 hours almost together. We're at hour 23. And so, yes, I think that there are maybe some of us who are tired, and we do all have different approaches to our work. So I do appreciate, as we go forward, the continued spirit of civility and productive dialogue. And I do see that there is another hand raised. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to also thank Leonetti for testifying this morning. Really appreciate it. We've had some comments that talk about all night that mention that zoning no longer, or we've heard a lot of the rhetoric that says that was part of the past and da-da-da. And now, it's like there's no more racism or established zoning. And I just wanted to comment on that. It was refreshing to hear your testimony as I get into my car to drive to Hartford. But also, I wanted to not thank you for mentioning food. You did mention potatoes, and I heard a couple of types of foods mentioned, which got me really hungry for breakfast. But I wanted to again say I appreciate you coming to testify, and thank you for bringing the points you brought. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Ms. Dana, thank you for joining us. Have a
Thank you
wonderful
very much. You too.
Next, we have Omina McCoy. Ms. McCoy, are you in the Zoom? Welcome. Please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. I commend you on your endurance for entertaining folks to testify for the past 23 hours. I was with you all for 13 hours yesterday and had to call it a night. Dear Chairman Cassano, in his absence, Chairwoman McCarthy-Vahey, Vice Chairman Needleman, Vice Chairwoman Gupel, Ranking Member Senator Wong, Ranking Member Zullo, and distinguished members of the Connecticut General Assembly Joint Planning and Development Committee. Thank you all for allowing me to testify. My name is Omina McCoy, and I am the new Senior Policy Analyst at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I speak before you today as an employee of an organization that represents more than 100 member agencies across our state who are working to end homelessness. At CCEH, we fundamentally believe that the cost of homelessness is expensive. It costs our public systems more to leave our homeless population without adequate housing options than it does to help them secure housing and provide them with the resources needed to keep their housing. We fundamentally believe that we must always strive to create different iterations of impact for populations of people who see themselves living differently, living housed. All the streets, bus stops, alleyways, and shelters in our towns and cities are the places where our homeless neighbors lay their heads down at night. These are not the places where the state's homeless population see themselves living long-term. Ultimately, They envision themselves gainfully employed and living in a place that they can call home. The issue is that when this moment finally does arrive for these individuals and their families, they'll find a severe lack of affordable, high-quality dwelling units across our state. High cost of housing, along with a shortage of affordable housing and housing diversity, is owed in large part to restrictive land use laws that perpetuate racial segregation, housing injustice, and economic inequity. CCEH supports SB 1024 as this legislation seeks to increase the state's housing supply, diversify our housing stock, thus creating more equity in communities occupied by marginalized members. Furthermore, the transit-oriented development, commissioner training, model codes, and Main Street provisions of this legislation are vital to strengthening equitable community development outcomes across the state. For the purpose of today's testimony, I would like to focus in on two components of the legislation that directly impacts the lived realities of our homeless population and would enhance these realities as these individuals begin their lives on firm footing. Main streets and transit-oriented development, and ADUs. As members of our homeless population begin to envision their lives differently and obtain stable housing, it will be—
You've reached your 3-minute mark, if you could summarize.
Being able to live closely to local shops and cafes nearby, being able to live next to our transit-oriented hubs in their communities will allow them to build a greater sense of community among their residents, and also creating a greater sense of responsibility. ADUs are ideal, naturally occurring affordable housing, and as needs change over time, these units can be adapted for different household types.
Coy, if you could please summarize.
So CCH continues to work diligently to address the needs of our homeless population, but we can't do this work alone. And so we look forward to partnering with members of this committee and others to make sure that the diversification of housing stock continues to occur in the state of Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCoy, and thank you and others at the at CCEH for the work that you do for our most vulnerable residents. Very, very much appreciated. Representative Michelle, followed by Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. McCoy, for testifying this morning. It's another great testimony pointing to the cost of not taking action. And just for the sake of time, I'll just limit my comments to this. If Ms. McCoy wanted to reply to that comment, that's great. But I just want to point out you're bringing great points and details this morning. And thank you for doing that. Thank you, Ms. McCoy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Representative Winkler.
Thank you for your testimony. I seem to remember Governor Malloy declaring victory on the war against homelessness. Was that a matter of definition? If I remember correctly, it was something about whether or not they were seeking help and whether or not they'd done something in the past year. Do you know anything about that?
Thank you for your question, Representative Winkler. I don't know anything about the comment that Governor Malloy made in the previous comment.
Okay. And you believe this current legislation is important in the fight against homelessness?
I think it's one of the ways that we can fight homelessness. Do I think it's the silver bullet to end homelessness? Absolutely not.
All righty. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Trying that again. And Ms. McCoy, thank you so much. Oh, Representative Fiorello.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. McCoy. I wanted to ask you, in the Bill 1024, one of the problems that has been highlighted for us is that the bill will increase market rate housing, which in many parts will be quite expensive, as that's how the builders will, oops, sorry. Am I on here twice? So do you think 1024 will be helpful if it's going to be bringing market rate housing? There is a provision that if you do 10 building or 10 units or more, then there's a 10% requirement for affordability. But there was a comment that possibly that would mean builders would build up to 9 units. What do you think about the lack of real direct affordability portions in 1024?
Good morning, Representative Fiorello, and thank you for that question. I guess the way that I would respond to that is one, affirming the concerns that people have when we do any type of new development in any community. But my mind also goes to what happens if we don't create different iterations of impact, if we do not diversify our housing stock, if we don't provide people with different options to accommodate their lifestyles. And so it can't be if we don't do this, and if we don't do this, what happens? And if we do this, what happens? I think we have to hold both of those things up together. And that's why I look to this committee and its membership to work together with those that have brought this legislation forward, members of Desegregate Connecticut and others, to determine the best path forward.
And then I had another question, which was, there was a testimony earlier that spoke about how these bills aren't helping, neither 661 nor 1024 are addressing the need for housing investment in the cities. Is that something of concern, that we should be focusing on improving housing options in the cities as opposed to focusing in the suburbs?
I wouldn't prioritize cities over suburbs. I mean, this is a bill that would in fact affect the entire state of Connecticut. So I think it's important to look at it holistically, cities, suburbs, and rural areas. What I will say is that housing and the lack thereof does not just affect those who live in the city's urban areas, but it's an issue statewide. And so I think taking a holistic approach, I think, is the best way to think about how to bring forth housing options in the state of Connecticut, and not just in one particular area as opposed to others.
Okay, and I would agree with that too. And so possibly if the way the bill is written doesn't really have a portion that is effective in the cities, you would probably want that to be addressed, right? So that the bill that passes is helpful in the cities as well.
The bill should be able to be helpful to all areas of the state of Connecticut, Representative Fiorello. So to that, I would have to say yes.
Thank you. So great to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Representative. I believe you have another question, Ms. McCoy. Representative Baker, followed by Senator Anwar.
Good morning, Ms. McCoy. Thank you for coming out and sharing your testimony. As I've been listening on this marathon for the last 23 hours, one of the things that had, many things that have dawned on to me in terms of, as we look to move this legislation through and to be able to move the state of Connecticut forward. And one of my questions to you as a young adult, and as you look to the future, possibly, dialogue on whether you stay in Connecticut or you move out for the affordability, do you think that is something that is on the minds of young people of your age in terms of whether they stay or move out of Connecticut?
I think affordability weighs on the minds of those both young and more seasoned, I will say. But affordability, and I can only speak, and absolutely. I mean, one day I will decide to have a family or not. And then also, a lot of young people are currently in student loan debt, which hinders our ability to live the way that we would ultimately like to. And so when we think about ultimately where we will where we will raise our families and where we will settle down, it all comes down to cost. Where can I afford to live? And whether that place will allow me to rear or raise my family. What does the public education school system look like? What does the quality of life look like? But I will say that I hope to continue living in the state of Connecticut. I love the state. I've lived here my entire life. And I hope to be able to settle down in a town or a city that is affordable, comfortably affordable.
Thank you for that answer. Now, do you think that corporations look at the affordability rate on some of their employees, whether they should come to Connecticut or stay in Connecticut? Because I know that they're all watching in terms of this and trying to dialogue. How do we recruit younger, brilliant minds and keep them here in Connecticut, or attract them? Do you think that is a bearing? This legislation can be able to help the decision whether they come here or not?
So I'll try to answer that question in the way that I understand it. So, and what I also know about corporations that migrate to the state of Connecticut is they're very strategic about where they go in the state of Connecticut, because it's all about where is the workforce, right? Like where are the people, like where are people, young people actually, that we can get into these positions, where are the most qualified applicants? And so they're very strategic when they think about where they want to settle their business, because the workforce is what drives the corporation and drives the efficacy of those corporations. Do I think that this bill will have an impact on whether those corporations will be successful or not? Somewhat, I believe so. I mean, one of the things that I like about this bill is the transit-oriented development, whereas wherever I decide to live, I can decide to walk to work. I don't have to worry about the 30 or 45-minute commute, and also being near local businesses and driving revenue there, and also just having the basic necessities nearby, I think is really important.
Well, thank you for your answer, and I appreciate your comments and your concerns, and also contributing to this dialogue. You have a good day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Baker. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Alina. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for staying the night. I think Representative Baker had read my mind, and then he asked you the questions that I wanted to ask you, and that your answers were very helpful to me. And thank you, Representative Baker, for the questions, because they were exactly what I was thinking about and worried about. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Ms. McCoy, thank you so much for being here with us today and for the dialogue. Have a wonderful day.
You as well. Thank you all.
Next, we have Antonia Edwards. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Good morning, everybody, and long night. I take my hats off to you guys. You did an excellent job. I was on for quite some time, over 10 hours, but then I took a nap. I want to say thank you to all the ranking members, everybody on the Planning and Development Committee. I want to thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak. I come with a heavy heart. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. My testimony is in the file. I come with a heavy heart because I sit on boards. I sit on 10 boards. I'm in the community. I'm retired, so I give back. I work in the community for free. And every board I sit on, I hear disparaging remarks. We don't want those kind of in our neighborhood. We don't want the foot traffic. The property value will go down. Even on this call, why would people of color live in my neighborhood? I don't think that people who make those statements understand how painful it is to hear somebody make those statements and then deny that racism still exists. So I just want to really read real quick about what I have to say. The reason why there's so much disparities in most of the major cities is because, especially in Connecticut, it was a slave state. There were plantations here. Slavery was here and then abolished in 1784 through the Graduation Act. At that time, there was nothing done with regards to reparations. So black people were basically homeless. We didn't get the reparations to build generational wealth like other people who are first or second immigrants or other groups who receive reparations. So there's a historical context that goes to the disparities of black people. I'm from Boston, and Boston was the most racist state in the world. I mean, with desegregation, my mom drove a bus. I went to school in the suburbs. They threw rocks and bottles at us. I know segregation. I know racism. I went to school in the suburbs, first black person in my community to do so, but I lived in the city. I am so embarrassed to now live in Connecticut and to see how segregated it is and for people to be in such denial. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And I'm going to give you a point as to why it's racially segregated. 84% of white people live in Connecticut, 16% are Hispanic, maybe 10% are black. Black people only occupy 3 of the community counties here in Connecticut, 3 out of the 8. That's Hartford County, New Haven County, and Fairfield. If you want to rent an apartment or you want to go out to the suburbs, you're discriminated against because you're black. And I think that a lot of people don't understand that there's ethnicities within black. So I'm a black American descendant of slavery. You have Jamaican, Haitian, Trinidadian, you have African. We're not all the same. We don't have anything in common, but we're all treated horribly because of the color of our skin. So if I want to rent an apartment, let's just say, as an empty nester, I have to make 3 times a monthly rent, you know what I'm saying, and income. I have to put up 3 months deposit in the first month, you know what I'm saying, for first month. Then I have to have a 650 to 700 credit score. So even if zoning laws, so some people say, don't bar black people or people of color out of their communities, there's unapplied barriers to put in place.
So your 3 minutes are up. If you could summarize.
So I'll end this. I would just like for everybody to read my testimony, and we need to have a truth for reconciliation, for healing, and dismantling this segregation and zoning laws and not allowing multiple dwelling houses in community is a start. Is this bill all the way correct? No. Can it be fine-tuned? Yes. And I heard that people want to do a work group and I want to collaborate to get that done. And I recommend that they do that. But as an outsider coming in, living here for several years, there is systematic racism and segregation, and it stinks. And I'm just really embarrassed for Connecticut. I'm sorry to say that. But I really appreciate you guys allowing me to speak, and I want you guys to have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Thank you so much for staying here with us and for sharing your experience and the painful part of your experience with us so that we can learn and hear your perspective. And I have a few members who have questions for you.
Sure, thank you. I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Absolutely. Senator Anwar, followed by Rep. Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Edwards, for your very clear message to us, and also clarity of your thought process. Overnight and yesterday during the day, I had an opportunity to listen to people and the questions and the series of questions that were asked. But I wanted to ask you a question. The segregation that we see in our state, is that de facto segregation? In other words, it happened automatically, or is it actually by design? And that was my first question. And I know the answer, but I would be able to say it because your specificity is far more than anyone sitting here.
Yes. Well, thank you for the Anwar. I have written 15 pages and I wrote down everything that you asked us today. You ask questions and people refuse to answer it, and that's a part of being in denial. And I really appreciate you for standing up and asking those questions when others won't. It is systematic racism and oppression that stems from slavery. And I keep explaining to people that the discrimination that goes on with black people is only because of slavery, because of the color of skin. So we've been systematically oppressed in slavery and segregated. So it's purposeful now because people should know better. Let's just say that happened in the past. Why are people asking questions like, why would people of color live in my neighborhood? Because I can. I'm a U.S. citizen. I can live anywhere I want to. Why would people say, well, devalue my property? Why would me being black living next to you devalue your property? Why would people say, well, why would somebody want to live in my neighborhood? We don't have transit. I have a car. There's a lot of productive black people that work every day, that have families, that don't want to raise their kids in the inner city. I was one of them in Boston. I was raised in the inner city, and knew what it was. So when I raised my kids, I wanted to raise them in the suburbs. So just because Black people have this stereotype of being in the urban areas or being ghetto, we're not all alike. Just like all white people are alike, all Irish people are alike. Give people the opportunity to live a free and appropriate life. And don't bar them because of the color of their skin. Another thing I want to say is, when I hear people say, oh, we're diverse, well, our community is diverse. Your community is not diverse if you have 84% white, 10% Hispanic, and nothing else. That's not diversity. America is a melting pot. We should have cultures from everywhere. And we shouldn't be discriminating on people because of our cultural incompetencies. What's the fear? And by not getting rid of this zoning is fear-mongering. Why would you care what other culture lived in your neighborhood if they're paying their bills, they're not creating any problems, their property's well kept? Why would you care if you're not racist?
Thank you so much for your answer. Can you also allude to the fact that when people are restricted in a specific area, their wealth accumulation and how the value of the properties and the link with education and health and well-being are all linked together?
Sure, I can. I'll be testifying tomorrow on racism as a public health crisis. When you live in an urban area, there's food deserts, devalue of property, you're all congested together, you have rats, you have roaches, you know what I'm saying? It's an infestation. And some people, because of the wealth gap, have no other choice but to live that way. So if we had a healthy real estate stock, if we had affordable housing, ADUs, low-income houses, multiple dwellings, and if we had affordable home ownership, give people the opportunity. Not everybody wants to live in the ghetto or the hood. Some people are stuck there because of redlining. And people say they got rid of redlining, they did, but then they put zoning in its place. Or discriminatory practices. Like me, myself, I'm an empty nester. Why if I pay $1,600, $1,300 for an apartment, why would I have to prove someplace else that I have 3 times a monthly rent, give them 3 months security up front in the first month, have a 650 to 700 credit score? If that's the case, I'll buy a house. I don't want a house. But those are discriminatory practices that weed Black people and minorities out of the suburban communities. It's not fair. And they don't do it to everybody else. They only do it to Black people to discourage them from moving into their communities. And it's a practice. And it's sad.
So if I hear you correctly, what you're saying is what people were doing in the past historically in a very clear manner, doing it through policies and through different communications, but the results are the same.
It does, exactly. I have people that I know here who are military to try to buy a house. They have, what's it called, the military benefits to buy a house, whatever. Their interest rates and their taxes are higher simply because they're Black.
Excuse me, the 5-minute mark is up.
Thank you. So it's overtly undercover discrimination. The people swear to God it doesn't exist, and it does exist. And again, I just think it's sad. I think that we need to just to research the history of the Black American descent of slavery in Connecticut and find out what went wrong to correct it. We're not looking for money. We're just looking for freedom and the pursuit of justice and to be able to live wherever we want to. And I think that's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ungar. Ms. Edwards, there are a few more questions for you. Representative Winkler to be followed by Representative Goupil, to be followed by Representative Baker.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Edwards. I live on 0.8 of an acre. My septic system takes up less than 1/3 of my front yard, and my backyard's twice the size of my front yard. We were told that 2-acre zoning was needed for primitive sanitary conditions once upon a time. But when we sewered the area, the zoning remained 2 acres. Why do you think they'd do that if they no longer needed it for primitive sewage arrangements?
Because it clearly prevents multiple dwelling, high rises, apartments, and units. I mean, that's been years ago. I'm saying we have some heckified construction workers and builders. Can't they fix that? I mean, if you think about it, you know what I'm saying? So I think that people just want, I'm going to be honest with you. I went to school in Needham. I live a very fabulous life. I grew up in the inner city. My mom, the best for me, so I actually took a bus to school and out in suburbs. I think people here in Connecticut just want this Norman Rockwell, Mayberry lifestyle with no interaction with anybody unless they have to. And that's really sad. We have a right to live wherever we want to. We built this country. We have a right to live anywhere we want to. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Do you want riffraff? No, I don't want to live next to that either. However, you shouldn't be discriminated against just because of the color of your skin. And the biggest piece is you're discriminating all Black people. All Black people weren't slaves here. So anybody who's Black who may have migrated here, you're treating them just as horribly as you treated the American descendants of chattel slavery. It's sad.
I mentioned earlier in this hearing the vicious discrimination that occurred under the bill.
Exactly.
And my question is, what would you think of the idea about the state establishing a GI Bill for the descendants of Black military men who were discriminated against after World War II?
My partner is James Keith. He's going to be coming on later. We're Solidarity. His grandfather was in the military. He was denied GI benefits, so therefore they never got the generational wealth. That's not including like businesses that most people had. This man put his life on the line, and because he was Black, he didn't receive GI benefits like the white counterparts. That's unheard of, and a lot of people that are making these statements don't really understand what it's like to be Black. And so for me, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I feel more privileged than the average Black person because I've lived a very wonderful life. I've lived both north and south. I grew up for the summers I spent on the plantation that my grandmother knows with sharecroppers. I know the life. I'm saying I know all aspects of life. There are people who have not. And there's a reason for it. Not everybody is just a derelict. It's systematic oppression and racism that comes from being enslaved for 250 years, Jim Crow laws, never receiving reparations, and then being forced to live in 3 different counties that are considered to be cities, whatever, and not having anything else. People just haven't never gotten what they deserve.
Yeah, I mentioned that the GI was probably the single greatest source of generational wealth in this country ever. And
exactly. Okay, can I make a statement? I know I'm in no time. Can you imagine fighting for the Civil War to keep slavery and you're a slave? Can you imagine fighting for, you say, this country, and then you don't get any benefit from it, but everybody else does? That's how horrible. That's just one instance of the disparities or just the remarkable disrespect from this country. And I just want people to understand, not everybody's bad. Not everybody is a derelict. There are real systematic issues that go behind some of the things that are caused. And if Connecticut's not racist, why do the highest population of Black people only live in 3 counties? I mean, and why do you have this pushback? Why do you want to be in my community? I don't understand. Why my property? Those are the kind of statements people have to be mindful. Even if you think that, for you to speak that is racist. I'm just being honest with people.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem. Thank you for hearing me. My heart. I'm telling you, it's my heart. I just can't believe what I go through every day. I just cannot, and people won't imagine. And I just want to correct it. I'm not mad. I just want to correct it.
Thank you, Representative Lindsay. And Ms. Edwards, there's no way for me to know exactly what you go through, and I appreciate you being here to share your thoughts with us today.
Right.
Go to Rep. Goupil, followed by Representative.
Thank you so much for your honesty, Ms. Edwards. This is why we are having this conversation about changes to the structure within the state and making sure that we have created the equity in terms of housing. I do know that you touched about on design, and we know the Merritt Parkway was ultimately designed to limit buses,
right,
just for the height of the bridges going over it. So we know the design has existed for a long time. And then the question about septic systems as well. I mean, in my community, the multi-million-dollar homes along the shoreline are quite able to get postage stamp parcels with septics in them. But when you talk about expansion into the larger parcels, then it seems to become problematic. From my experience, I have been on planning and zoning for 8 years, and we worked really hard to get some affordability written into the the regulations in our town, and ultimately they kept getting removed. From your standpoint, where do you see the role of a local planning and zoning commission when they cannot move forward any ability to create legislation on a local level to allow for affordability for everybody in the demographic that even exists in the community, or folks who want to move to that community because of opportunities there?
Miss Antonia, Miss Edwards, I'm sorry, I muted you for a half second. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. In my proposal, in my testimony, I put in, and a lot of people don't even know this, even Black people, Connecticut in 2009 did a resolution #1 that apologized for slavery. In that, there are 4 points. It says, we vow to dismantle, to apologize for slavery. 2, 3, and 4 speak about how to get the community involved for dismantling racism in the community. None of that has been done. So to me, how can the state of Connecticut apologize for slavery if it hasn't moved any further since 2009? That's just 10 years. So I feel like the state has to get involved. The state pledged to apologize to Black American descendants of slavery for slavery. There was no reparations. There was no money attached to that. It was an apology. But it did say that it was going to have the communities dismantle racism and do better. We haven't. So if people aren't doing this on their own and they're making up excuses as to why people of color shouldn't come to their community, then the state has to get involved, because if they don't, then the apology means absolutely nothing and it falls on deaf ears. What did you apologize for? Nothing's changed. There's more racism now than there was than when the thing was done in 2009, the resolution. So look up resolution #1. I put it in my testimony. It was an apology. What's been done since 2009? Well, this is 2021, and I'm sitting here hearing legislators talk about how they don't want their property to be valued. Why would people of color live in their neighborhood? You know, they don't want this, they don't want that, whatever. It's ridiculous. So the apology from the state of Connecticut means absolutely nothing unless something can be acted upon it. And I'm going to say honestly, is the bill totally ready to go? No. I really would like everybody to honor the agreement with Senator Hung to do a work group, collaborate. Do whatever you have to do to make sure that everybody's heard. But if people don't make these choices on their own in their local community, Connecticut has an obligation to make them. And if they don't, they're complicit in basically the racism that still exists. This is eerily reminiscent of Jim Crow. I feel like I'm in Jim Crow in Connecticut. I feel like you can't go to certain communities because white people don't want you there, and other Black people feel that way too. Why should we be made to feel uncomfortable in the country that we built?
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Edwards, for coming out here and sharing your testimony. Everything you said is nothing new. That have shared the same information and stuff, being able to, how do we move this state forward, man? And that's not by an apology. It is changing the system, changing what we can be able to give affordable housing in all areas. That's the apology, man. So thank you for coming out here and sharing. Continue to give out information, and I hope that the people in the state of Connecticut realize what is happening is they're holding Connecticut back from moving forward. Thank you.
I thank you. I just want to let people know that even though I'm not from Connecticut, I've been to Connecticut my whole life. I just want you to look at things from a person from the outside in, and I come from this in Boston. I mean, so I can tell you what racism looks like, and I've been on the plantations down south. I just want you to trust and believe that I am the voice of people that are petrified to speak. There are people here who don't believe that you believe in them, that don't believe that you care. So they don't come to your meetings. They don't testify. They're like, oh, well, they don't care about us anyways. I refuse to sit around and be on boards and respect my counterparts for who they are, their intellect, whatever, and then for them to disrespect me by talking about the people in Connecticut that they full of trash. Oh, you're not like those other Black people. What does that mean? I mean, those are the kind of things you said. So there's only a certain status or class of Black people that are really accepted by the people who live in these suburbs that they feel like they can relate with. And I just think it's sad. I would be doing my race, my descendants a disservice, and then the Black race a disservice to basically forget them and not speak up for them when I can. So I speak up for my race anytime I can. And I don't speak lies. I don't speak untruths. I have documented information to show you what my story's been since I've been here. And I refuse to leave. I refuse to stop fighting, and I refuse to stop speaking. I'm going to speak up every time I can to speak up for the people who won't or don't. So I thank you.
Thank you. And I wish I was more articulate after 24 hours almost of hearings, but I really want you to understand that I give you my heartfelt respect and gratitude for sharing your experience and your pain and your struggle with us so that we can understand what it is we need to do moving forward, as Rep. Baker said. So thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thank you for having me at any time. And then everybody listen to the testimony tomorrow with SB1, SB55, Senator Anwar. I have a really compelling story, and when you hear it, it's going to blow your mind. So please, if you guys can tune in tomorrow for that hearing, I just have examples of stuff, and everything's documented, and so there's no lie. And again, I'm not angry. I don't want you to think I'm a hostile Black woman. I just really want everybody to really understand what goes on behind the scenes and what I've learned. And I'd really like to do whatever I can to help. So I thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you so much.
And by the way, it would be okay if you were. So,
thank you.
I saw another hand. Did I see a hand?
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
I think so. Okay, I think we're good. Mr. Clark, can you help me with, Senator Wong. I thought I saw another hand there.
If I may, Madam Speaker, I wanted to, a point of question, and it is absolutely impressive with Ms. Edwards' presentation. And hearing her talk about speaking up and being part of this process is really what we have learned after 24 hours, what public hearings are all about. And I know that you had announced that we were going to close out the meeting at 10 o'clock. And I simply wanted to ask LCO that, our joint rules are clear, that under section 6, section 6C, subsection 5, that I'm going to read this, that the committee may recess any public hearing to a date, time, and place and manner specified at the time of the recess. And we have over 100+ people that have stayed through the night. And if any of them wanted to voice their passion and have their feelings and thoughts heard on this important issue, just like Ms. Edwards did so effectively and powerfully, we're not going to hear that. And I think it's important to recess this and come back and afford everyone that waited through to hear this. It wasn't like in public health where we announced beforehand that it was only limited to 24 hours. The reality is there are a lot of people with very good ideas that I look forward to learning from. So I would ask through the chair and through LCO, if indeed we could recess this and allow those people that have been waiting to have their voices and viewpoints be heard so that we can make the best decision moving forward on both sides of the debate. I have learned so much from both sides of this dialogue. To cut it short would be a true denial of their voice and true denial of the process that I cited earlier in the beginning of this 24 hours ago. Through you, Madam Chair.
Senator Wong, I appreciate your comments. I had reached out to the House co-chair prior to the meeting Sunday. I indicated at our last hearing that if we found ourselves in this position, we were likely going to need to end the hearing in 24 hours. We have a House session that is scheduled at 12:30. I share the feeling of wishing that we could hear every person on this hearing. And I will share with everyone listening today that I will be reading every piece of testimony that has been filed. we are needing as a committee to screen our bills for a committee hearing on Friday in order to be able to also have a committee hearing next Monday, at which I anticipate we're going to have quite a bit of feedback as well based on the bills that we have before us. We then face a committee deadline. So I do understand your concerns. It's why at the beginning of the hearing, I talked about our math problem that was before us and how difficult it would be. I would turn it over to Rep. Zullo. I know we have many, many people left. I don't have a count in front of me. But most likely, mathematically speaking, another 24 hours worth of hearing. Rep. Zullo, did you want to make a comment?
Sure, Madam Chair. You know, I'm worried that, I don't want to say worried, but I think we're all a little disappointed that we have a number of people who have stayed up with us through the night. Some of us probably longer than some of us have stayed up at times to offer their perspective on this. And it's clearly an issue of import to everybody around the state. You know, at the very minimum, I would hope that we would seize the opportunity, even if we opt not to continue this hearing, to put together either an informal hearing or, you know, whether it's bipartisan or just whoever is able to convene it, an opportunity for anybody who signed up and has not gotten to testify yet, the opportunity to offer their perspective, almost a supplemental hearing. I have no problem continuing to go if the leadership would wish to do that. We signed up for this job, and you know, we'll go to session today, and if we have to do it more, we'll do it more. But you know, I'll defer to the good senator and to you as leaders who have been in this game a little bit longer than I have to make that call.
And thank you, Rep. Zullo. I think, again, as a practical matter, I just would point out, we actually have a bill before us next Monday. And there are two bills that we are going to be talking about: electronic access to meetings. And I know there have been a number of people who have expressed concern about access. We have had more people testifying at our hearings via Zoom over the past few weeks at every committee. The same is true with this one, and it's been absolutely wonderful to hear the broad diversity of views and perspectives. As we go forward in the new world, post-COVID, this is going to be an issue that we are going to have to continue to face as, you know, legislators and as local leaders as well. Unfortunately, we're in a position where, you know, had we had this conversation a little bit earlier on, perhaps could have handled this a little bit differently, but I think we're at the point of needing to break very shortly so that folks can head up to Hartford again. I would let folks know we've got things calendared for this committee and others. So trying to schedule another block of time is going to be difficult, and we are going to need to close out the hearing. Senator Wong, and then I will offer opportunity for Vice Chair Goupil and Senator Needleman if you'd like to make any remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to echo that it is unfortunate, and perhaps if you were savvy to it even before we began, I think it might have been more fair to share that we were only limiting it to 24 hours because of the logistics. That being said, I feel terribly for those people that have given up their entire day to be here. And I've just gotten the feedback from a chat that said people have learned a lot from these dialogues. So I will say this: obviously, we are going to convene, and we're going to end the public hearing. We are not going to convene. So I've made my point on the record about that. But I think equally important is the fact, what you have heard from many of the people is on both sides, that this is a work in progress. And perhaps if we convene an informational session, we convene a working group, that we don't move forward with the proposed bills, and that we get all the views and shareholder perspectives vetted before we move forward on such an important bill. This is an example. It's an incomplete work. We have over 100+ people that voices should have been heard. And so I would encourage and be on the record again that I believe in moving forward and creating solutions. But when we have left people's voice in the back and not heard them, and I will say this, following the powerful and emotional testimony of Ms. Edwards, how many of those powerful testimonies on either side will we have missed that will influence us in public policy? It's really not a it's a transparency issue. It's a concern issue. So as we move forward on this, I hope that we reconvene and collect the working group and try to incorporate all the feedback that's been said. But nevertheless, I'm eager to hear from my fellow leaders and vice chairs on this committee through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. And I will reiterate what I said during this hearing multiple times, and I said this even prior to the hearing. We will be having some informational sessions, but I will remind the public and the committee members that we do have a JF deadline, and we will, through the process, we will need to come up with language for bills that we are choosing to vote. That will be just as it's been throughout this process. We will work together with our leadership. I'm going to recognize, if they would like to be recognized, Vice Chair Goupil and then Senator Needleman.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I did hear it very loud and clear that we were going to need to end this public hearing in 24 hours due to the session coming up and just the safety of everybody heading to Hartford. I feel, though, that we have very different views, obviously, in terms of the multiple issues that have been raised, the multiple bills that we have been discussing. And there's significant amount of written testimony that we do need to spend the time and read through as well. Again, I think there's a significant amount of proposals within some of that written testimony and have been made verbally in the public hearing for us to evaluate in our next opportunity to discuss this legislation. And, it is unfortunate the way that, that timing wise, but I think what our chairwoman has said is that this has actually allowed us to hear from more people than we normally would have heard. And to some extent, there's an equity issue in that if we're in Hartford, a lot of these folks wouldn't have been able to show up in time to sign up and wait there all day. So there is an opportunity for folks to stay home and have the ability to communicate from their homes, with children and getting them off to school, as we saw some people testifying earlier. There is no ideal world, but ultimately everybody has their voice in terms of submitting the testimony in writing. And I do hope people will continue to use that option as well. I really thank everybody for sticking with us through the night, and as well as our leadership on this committee for holding up the committee through the night. And as our clerks as well. It was a lot for everybody to juggle. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Representative Goupil. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to, first of all, just remind everybody once again that Senator Cassano suffered such an amazing loss, and that in his absence, a couple of us have tried to fill in and do what we could, but especially a stand-up call to you, Madam Chair, for doing a wonderful job. Patience of a saint, attitude well beyond anything I can imagine in terms of how you've managed this hearing. And I also want to thank everyone who did get a chance to testify in person, and suggest that we all read all the written testimony. I think we've gotten the gist of this, that there are people for it and people that are against it. I personally want to continue to remind people that no one has denied that we have an issue, and an issue that may be more multifaceted than it appears on the surface, but we do have an issue. The numbers bear the issue out. The data suggests that you can't have one town where the property values are on average 70 times the value of another town. So I hope that there's a conversation where we all can come together and find a solution to move the needle forward. We're not going to solve 150 years worth of a problem overnight, but but we all need to understand that there's a problem here that we need to work on. And I, for one, and I know you're the same way, hope that we can work on this together. So again, thank the entire committee. Sorry for all the people that did wait, but your testimony matters no less that you didn't get up to speak. It's there, and for the people who want to read it, they should, and get a sense of how passionate people are on this issue. So thank you again.
Thank you, Senator Nadelman. And before we close out our hearing, Rep. Zullo and Senator Wong, I'd like to give you closing remarks. Whichever one of you would like to go first, I'll let you decide.
I will happily go first, and I've raised my motion, and I will go back to what I said in the beginning of today's hearing, that our hearts and condolences go to Senator Cassano and his family during these difficult times. And it reminds us, as much as we have been heated, as much as I've been emotional in asking for the recess, we made our statements. And true democracy, you make your point and you move on, and you realize that we are all still colleagues and that we all have to work together. So I want to end on that note, Madam Chair. And I do want to extend my appreciation to you, to the vice chairs, Goupil and Needleman, and also my appreciations to Representative Lamar for chairing the entire 24 hours. And I want to extend to our clerks who made all this seem somewhat seamless most times, and their hard work. But I also wanted to say thank you to all the people that made the effort to have their voices be heard, that gave us ideas and suggestions and maybe a fresh perspective. They deserve all the credit because we are here to represent and serve, and they've given us some of the viewpoints that we should glean from. So, but I wanted to say thank you, and maybe take it back to what I said, that this is a part of a process, and at the end of the day, we all go and we are all on a common mission that we all should respect the process and move forward. So I wanted to say a big thank you to all the people that I acknowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will echo some of the thankful sentiments of my Senate colleague. I do want to thank Camillo and Joe, all of the vice chairs, my colleague Rep. Lamar on the northern part of East Haven for everything everyone has done to make this hearing go so smoothly as possible. And of course, thank the participants for all of their thoughtful testimony. Now, I'm going to go back to an exchange that I had with Stephen Devoto from Middletown. He started that exchange by seeking out the common ground. And there's a lot of common ground in these proposals. For 24 hours, we've heard powerful and emotional testimony, as Senator Wong just noted, from individuals pointing to the fact that these proposals are intended to root out latent racism, vestiges of a discriminatory past in the zoning structure. Those feelings are real. And I think that we all got a little bit more culturally competent tonight in listening to those feelings. And I think they're certainly better informing all of our understandings and the debate that's going to ensue as this progresses through the legislature. But there are also many parts of these proposals that need to be revisited and revised and tailored to respect the very real fact that zoning from the top down just won't work. We've heard real concerns today from rural legislators and leaders who have clearly articulated how the legislation will miss the mark in their communities. We've heard concerns that this legislation will do more to enrich builders than it will to promote middle housing, multifamily housing, and affordable housing. We've heard from community stakeholders from all corners of the state saying these proposals will hurt their economies, force tax hikes, and for some towns, even make them less competitive with neighboring towns, including those in New York. We've said it from the start, and we say it so often, that this is a work in progress. I do believe this is a work in progress. And I'll end by saying that I look forward to working with you and Senator Cassano and everybody on this committee to advance a product which is acceptable to all, which addresses everybody's concerns as much as possible. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for all of your leadership and hard work today. And looking forward to an interesting session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. I really appreciate your remarks, and I have a few myself. I know it's been a long 24 hours, but I can't tell all of you as committee members and members of the public, those of you who we heard, and especially those of you who we didn't and will be reading your testimony, how much I appreciate your input and process. I specifically do want to thank Camila Lemos, Joe Perkis, and Erica Byrne, the clerks, who helped us get through the night. I had an opportunity to do a little bit of clerking myself during the night, and I have a newfound respect for what our clerks have to do behind the scenes, which I did not realize even in this position as chair. I want to thank specifically Senator Needleman, Rep. Lamar, Rep. Kupil, Senator Wong, and Rep. Zullo for their leadership during this time. And I'm sorry to those of you who we can't hear and are not able to hear right now. I regret that as well, but it's important that we actually do come together, as Senator Wong, Senator Needleman, Rep. Zullo, and Rep. Kupil have all said, to continue to work, to take your voices and to do this work. I will share very briefly, I found a notebook of my daughter's to keep notes in during the hearing. And it's her old government textbook from college, or excuse me, notebook. And it says, communities foster and maintain interdependence between members. Political community is a collective whose members have a real concern or stake in various institutions and thus agree to abide by the decisions of these institutions. And social communities, a social unit of any size that shares common values. And I think here today, we all share the value of wanting to work together for the betterment of our state. We will be working together going forward to come up with the best product that we possibly can in terms of this legislation. We certainly have very diverse viewpoints among our committee members, but I'm confident that working together, we will come forward with legislation that will probably make everyone slightly unhappy, but hopefully will move the ball forward for us as a state. So with that, again, my thanks to those of you who were here today, my thanks to committee members, and please, House members who are driving to Hartford, please be careful, especially those who were not sleeping too much last night. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Also, super shout out to Chris Parator and Maureen O'Reilly. They were super mega behind the scenes all the 24 hours. Maureen has literally, I think she's had maybe 2 hours of rest the entire 24 hours. So, and she's been taking diligent notes. So super shout out to them.